Okay, I would like to call to order this special meeting of the Encinitas City Council for Wednesday, June 28th, 2023 at 5 p.m. And would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Blackwell?
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
Mayor Kranz?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present.
Very good. We have one item on the agenda tonight, and it is an item where we will consider ratifying a proclamation of local emergency for bicycle, e-bicycle, and motorized mobility device safety and authorize expenditures for public awareness, education, and enforcement. And the occasion for this meeting is the tragedy that happened last week, indeed, the death of a young man, Brody, in a crash on El Camino Real near Santa Fe. He was killed, but honestly, there was another incident where an e-bicyclist, e-motorcyclist was riding a wheelie the wrong way down Highway 101 near Leucadia Boulevard on Saturday and collided with a car. Fortunately, he only ended up with road rash and was not severely injured. But these sort of incidents are happening too often. So in light of that, I thought we would take a play from the City of Carlsbad's playbook, and I am unabashedly copying what they did in their declaration of an emergency. And my hope is to elevate this conversation about bicycling and safety to alleviate any other tragedies like we've recently experienced. It is, in fact, a part of our Vision Zero program. It is our goal to get to zero fatalities. So this is consistent with what we have established. I also did look it up. It was 2 years and 5 days ago that I put a council member initiated item on the agenda to talk about convening an e-bike summit because of concerns that we had back then. Since that conversation, we didn't have the summit, but we definitely have been working methodically towards increasing awareness, education, and building bike facilities and doing as much as we can to educate the public about the need for safe bicycling. So I asked the city manager to put this meeting together. She has done that, and I would like to turn it over to her to take us through the report from staff.
Thank you, Mayor Krantz. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Yesterday, on June 27, 2023, as Director of Emergency Services, I declared a state of local emergency for bicycle and e-bicycles and motorized mobility device safety. Tonight, we are asking Council to adopt Resolution 2023-86 to ratify the proclamation of a state of local emergency. We're also asking for Council to authorize expenditures for public awareness, education, and enforcement. Due to the amount of bicycle accidents, both e-bike and regular bikes within the city, we feel that it's necessary to take additional steps. I do want to point out that the city for the last couple years has taken bike safety very important. We started the Ciclovia event, which is our open streets event that talks about people being able to bike and walk throughout the city and how to make it safe. We started e-bike classes with the San Diego Bike Coalition that are free for residents, both youth and adults in the city. And I wanted to point out, after talking to the Park and Rec Director, that we started the classes in July of 2021. We've offered 24 classes with 263 students. We continually do that. We also have online classes as well, and we are also doing further education with the schools and reach out, where we'll be working with the school districts to make sure that all the children that do want to ride bicycles and e-bikes will be able to take classes through their school and through the city so that they learn the rules of the road and they can be safe. We've also done education for drivers. It's important that we share the roads. There have been many signs up and things like that that talk about what drivers need to do as well. We have an extensive information on our website that we do appreciate, again, all of the different partners, Bike Walk Encinitas, San Diego Bike Coalition, that have helped to put this information together. But we do need to do more, and we want to do more. So tonight, what we'd like council to authorize is for the city to rent 10 message boards that we'd like to put out throughout the city. We're coordinating with our traffic engineering department and public works to put them in the highest visibility areas. They will have messages for both drivers and bikers because the responsibility is on both, and we want to make sure both are doing the right thing and are being safe. So we'd like to put that out. We also want to go ahead and create 300 yard signs that have different messages. Those can go in the different right-of-ways, people's yards. They're colorful. It basically is saying that we need to be safe. You need to be paying attention. You need to be watching, because we want everyone to live. We'll also be working more with the schools to get that messaging out. I've also talked to our sheriff's captain for the North County Station and our fire chief that would like to do a bike safety video. We have already done one that we're able to show, but they want to do a special bike safety video that, again, can be shown at school assemblies. It can be shown at council meetings. It can be shown at different commissions, so we would like to do that as well. So those are some of the things that we would like to do tonight, and we're asking council again to ratify this local emergency. We also to ratify the expenditures for this. We also plan on doing extensive social media campaigns as well, and we're just very excited that we can do this. We want all of our citizens, young or old, to feel safe, whether you're in a car, on a skateboard, on a bike, or walking. So that's the commitment that I know that the City Council wants to do. I want to thank all of our staff. Everyone jumped into action extremely quickly to put together plans and to procure designs and message boards. So I am hopeful that tonight that Council, we will move forward with this, and we will be able to begin immediately with this great safety campaign in the city of Encinitas.
Thank you. And I do want to say I was remiss in not mentioning that I attended last night a vigil for Brody Champlain Kingman, and his parents are here, and I want to express to you just how much I grieve with you, and the pain that you must be feeling is, I'm sure, overwhelming, but know that a community grieves with you, and that everything that we can to send you positive energy is happening, I'm sure. So thank you. Okay, so with that, go ahead.
I also did want to mention that last Wednesday, the City Council approved our fiscal year 2023-24 budget. In that was a position for a mobility manager that will go ahead and proactively seek out and implement additional measures for educating the residents of Encinitas about the dangers of impaired or distracted driving on our local streets, and also bike safety, active transportation. And I want to happily say that that recruitment has already been opened, so we're actively recruiting for that position. And thank you for City Council for approving the funding for that position.
Thank you. So with that, we have the experts, the public safety folks, we've got the engineering department, we've got the traffic engineer here, and they're available for questions. I've seen a couple of the resources that we have that identify areas of town that have problems. My hope is that we can keep this focused on solutions and moving towards our ultimate goal, which is no fatalities. This isn't intended to blame anybody for anything. I think that my own experience, I did get an e-bike. I've been riding it a couple years. I remember going out to Home Depot via Leucadia Boulevard, which is how I always drive out there, and I got to El Camino Real, and I turned right to go to Home Depot, and there I was on my 20-mile-an-hour e-bike, and I had to cross over 3 lanes to get in the left turn pocket to pull into Home Depot, and I realized that that's very dangerous. And so I learned that I needed to take a different route, come through the shopping center and cross over. So my point of telling that story is that I have a lot of experience in driving, and that's a lot different than having experience in biking. And so one of the things that I hope we can accomplish with this educational opportunity is that more of us recognize that there's a lot that we can learn, and that goes not just for people on two wheels, but also people driving on four wheels. So. And there are 12 speakers, so we could kick off with initial questions if you'd like. I see Deputy Mayor Lyons has asked to speak.
Yes, thank you. Since this is a special meeting, I know it's maybe a little bit different protocol than typical, and I was wondering, Mayor, if you would entertain a motion at this time.
Well, I think that before we take a motion, I would prefer to hear from the public.
Okay.
And I think that most people could probably guess what you were going to move. And but at the same time, perhaps one of the speakers has something that's going to change things a little bit or whatever. So if you would, please call the speakers.
I'm going to call you three at a time. Judy Burlfine, Charles Hodge, and then Michael von Neumann.
Hi, my name is Judy Burlfine, and I'm the chair of Encinitas Bike Walk. We are an all-volunteer group working to enhance the walking and biking environment throughout Encinitas. Our vision is for walking and biking to serve as a safe, convenient, healthy, and fun mode of transportation for all ages and abilities. We've made a lot of progress with your help and the city staff's help over the last several decades, and we still have a long way to go. I would like to express my condolences to Brody's family. This tragedy is the fault of all of us and none of us. We were born into a car culture. The city was built for fewer people and for fewer automobiles. And our environment has been constructed solely with the safety of automobiles in mind. But that is changing. We're in the middle of a major transition, and we're learning to navigate new waters. We have lots of work to do. We need education for drivers and cyclists. We need enforcement to prevent rogue drivers and cyclists from proliferating. We need engineering of safer infrastructure. And all of those take time. The one thing we can all do today to make a huge difference is to slow down. So some of you have seen this sign. "20 miles per hour. If you get hit, means 9 out of 10 pedestrians or cyclists will survive. 40 miles per hour means 9 out of 10 pedestrians or cyclists will die. We all have control over how fast we go. We can save lives. So if you, anyone in the audience, would like to be a part of the effort to make our city safer, please talk with me after the meeting, or go to our website, bikewalkencinitas.org, and sign up to work with us. Thank you.
My name is Charles Hodge. I live at 739 Arden Drive. And like Judy said, the situation that we have here is all of our fault. One thing I want to make sure I emphasize is I don't think it was Brody's fault. And the sense of your resolution kind of gives me that idea, because it emphasizes education and e-bikes, but these aren't the problem that we face. It's the infrastructure we have in this city. Brody is trying to merge across 3 lanes of 50-mile-an-hour traffic This is, I've done it. It doesn't ever feel safe. The problem we have here are dangerous streets, naive drivers, not naive bicyclists, and little accountability for the drivers that go off. We entered this new year, 40 minutes into it, we had a death, a hit-and-run accident that we haven't solved. We've taken red light cameras off our streets. We don't have cameras on our fastest roadways. And we have little accountability when drivers don't do the right thing. And I drive and deliver to people in the early morning and in the evenings here 3 times a week. And the quality of driving is very low. And it's part of it, a big part of it is our roads. Right now, we don't have Class 4 protected bikeways on hardly anything except for the connection from Solano Beach to the edge of our downtown. El Camino Real, La Costa Boulevard, Lucadia Boulevard, those should be protected all the way through. 101 should be protected all the way through. You guys have made some great progress. I like the steps that you've taken, but the emphasis needs to be on safety. And we just don't have that emphasis on safety. We need accountability on the roads. I do welcome the education, but in terms of priority, the priority is the roads that we are delivering for our people. A half hour into this new year, we let them down, and it happened again now. And until we change the infrastructure, until we quit building housing way far away from the places people want to live, if we start building housing where people actually want to live so they don't have to bike so far, that might help, but you got to protect cyclists. They don't need education. Education's great, it's fine, but that's not the priority. The priority is the infrastructure. Please continue to build that.
The next speaker is Michael Von Neumann, followed by Francine Busby, and then Glenn Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Michael Von Neumann. I'm a resident of Encinitas, a motorist, a bike rider, and a pedestrian. I had prepared some comments, but Judy and the other gentleman basically said everything that I wanted to say. I will add that in all city correspondence, whatever, proclamations, the word accident should not appear. It should be collision or crash. Accidents are it happens out of the blue. There are no accidents on our roads. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francine Busby, and just personally, as a resident here in Cardiff, I'd like to offer my condolences to the Champlain-Kingman family. But I'm here today representing Senator Catherine Blakespear, our former mayor in the city. As you know, she was very involved in these issues of biking and adding infrastructure and safety. And she wants to offer her profound condolences to the Champlain-Kingman family. Her daughter goes to San Diego as well. They are bike riders, and she is feeling the grief very deeply, and just hoping that there's some measure of comfort for the family, knowing so many are sharing the grief with them. She also wants to thank you, Mayor Krantz and the City Council, for responding so quickly with this meeting and with your resolution to take immediate action to try to implement more safety measures, which are really important, as others have said in the city. She also wants to make sure that you know that it's not just here. Cities throughout the state are grappling with the issues of the growing use of e-bikes, which are wonderful, but also have the downside of creating more injuries and accidents. And at the state level, she's working on that as well. There are some measures to bring resources both for the cities and for the states to learn more about this and how to implement safety measures. So again, she just wants to offer her full support of this resolution, to thank you for doing it, and encourages you to pass it this evening. Thank you.
Next speaker is Glenn Johnson, to be followed by Troy Kingman, and then Margaret Doyle, and then Mario Ordonez Calderon.
Yes, my name is Glenn Johnson. I'm a volunteer member of the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission, and I'm also a parent, and I realize how heartbreaking it would be if something ever happened to any of my children or grandchildren. This is a terrible thing. From the point of view of the commission, we, I'm sure, would favor anything that we can do to improve the situation here. Many times, measures like signs and striping are proposed, and we find support and opposition to practically anything. This is Encinitas, and everyone has an opinion. I want the council to do what they can, and remember, it's not just the e-bikes, it's the regular bicycles, it's the scooters. We have motorized wheelchairs in town, and I don't know what rules they follow. But when you have a 3,000-pound motor vehicle up against a 100-pound bicycle, the outcome is no good. And if we have to reduce speed limits, if we have to add special lanes, if we have to think about things like better transit solutions in town. One of the possible problems is that there's no way to get around without a bicycle or a car. I imagine the joy that our youth feel when they get an e-bike and actually can get up and down the hills to school on their own, and the freedom that comes with that. But with this freedom also comes the responsibility for your safety and the safety of others. As I was driving to the meeting tonight, and this actually happened, I was driving up, what's his name, Requisa, and going the other way was a bicycle with one person on the seat and another person on the handlebars. This is not permitted by our code, but we don't enforce this. So what we have to do is educate and enforce and make things better. And this is going to take time and money. So I'm in favor of the motion on the floor.
Good evening. My name is Troy Kingman. I am Brody's father. I thank you all for your urgency on addressing this issue. It's crushed our hearts and many others in this community. Brody was an outstanding student. He had a hunger for knowledge and education, and in doing so, he studied diligently to obtain his learner's permit to drive a motorized vehicle. His mother and I worked with him for hours to educate him on the road, the rules, to keep him safe and others. I am confident when he walked out on his bicycle to go for a ride because he knew what to look for. He knew to signal with his arm, check his shoulder, indicate at an appropriate distance before a turn. He did what he had to do to protect himself, and we did as parents to see him go forth into this world without our protection. It is essential that we all work together to enforce these rules and to educate our children. These are technically motorcycles. It is not a combustion engine, which we associate with the motorcycle. It's an electric motor that is driving a two-wheel vessel. So these are motorcycles. There needs to be proper education. There has to be rules and tests that our children must pass before they can step out on these. There needs to be a speed reduction of El Camino Real. I live on the south end of El Camino Real, near Manchester. Between Manchester and Santa Fe Drive is a mere 1.3 miles with a speed limit of 55 miles per hour. It is a 5-lane road. On each side of this road is residential areas. which is a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. These children are entering a safe zone of 25 and literally pulling onto what most states would consider a freeway. This is absurd. Furthermore, Santa Fe Drive is a mess when our children get out of school at San Diego Academy. I, as a parent who took pride in picking up my son every day from school, am forced to park in the bike lane, and it is an unspoken, unenforced rule that there is a line of cars from the top of the hill all the way down to the entrance of school, and we all park there waiting for our children. It is not enforced. There is nowhere for us to park to pick them up. Our sweet little town of sleepy Encinitas is no longer that. We are growing at an unsustainable rate. We have had such a large influx of people over these past couple years. We need change, and I know you will do it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Margaret Doyle, followed by Mario Ordonez Calderon, followed by Vicky Mangione.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz and council members. My name is Margaret Doyle, and I am a field representative in the office of Assemblymember Tasha Berner. I'm here today on behalf of the Assemblymember to speak in support of the City of Encinitas' proposed e-bike state of local emergency. Assemblymember Berner has been a staunch advocate for e-bike safety for years, as she herself has been a bike commuter and knows firsthand how dangerous it can be to share the road with reckless and unaware drivers. Because of this experience, Assemblymember Berner has dedicated considerable attention during her time in the Assembly to ensuring that bikers and drivers receive the proper education to prevent tragedies like the one that happened just this past weekend here in Encinitas. Last year, her Assembly Bill, AB 1946, authorized the California Highway Patrol to develop an e-bike safety education program to be made available to all Californians. This year, she focused on doubling down on the education component with her AB 1188, which would have created a bike safety handbook available to all residents, drivers, and bikers throughout the state. Our office has worked tirelessly to partner with our cities, school districts, bike advocacy groups, and the CHP to hold educational bike rodeos, and we've partnered with Scripps Injury Prevention Team to educate parents and children on helmet safety. We know that education for both bikers and drivers is a crucial first step towards creating safer roads and reducing these tragedies in our community. The Assemblymember has also asked her cities for more enforcement of bike safety laws that Brody so diligently followed, like wearing and strapping helmets, hand signaling, and using lights. Without proper enforcement, all laws remain underutilized and ignored. To Brody's parents, family, and friends, the Assemblymember's heart goes out to you. We are here to help in any way possible. And on behalf of Assemblymember Berner, I want to thank the mayor and the council for taking action tonight to promote safety and education in our community, and I urge support for this item. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Kranz and respected council. My name is Mario Ordonez Calderon, and I stand before you not as a community leader tonight or an avid cyclist, but as a man who intends to raise a family here in Encinitas in the future, and in collective grief with Troy and the Kingman family for the loss of his son. And what I want to advocate today, and I stand here in support of, is for the ratification of the proclamation that you have before you. I believe right now is a crucial time to act upon making our city a greener city and making it safe for our children and our youth who are doing what we're asking them to do, biking to school, biking to surf, biking to hang out with their friends, and enjoying their youth. So thank you for the work you've done thus far, and I appreciate your commitment to continuing to make this city safe for our students. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vicky Mangione, followed by Philip Deonde, and then Carol Hagan.
Hi, I'm Vicki Mangione, and I'm a resident of Encinitas, and I'm a parent. My son was just at DeGagno Middle School, is now going to go to LCC. And he's been riding an e-bike for 2 years. And the one thing that I just, first of all, my condolences go out, my heart, because my son has crashed twice. So, but he did have to take tests at DeGagno to get a sticker on his bike. And I know that that's not, prevalent throughout all the schools. I think that should be. I mean, I love the fact that education on a video that can be accessible on a website is available, but oftentimes kids are not going to go and look at that, or if they are, they're just not going to get the information that they need. Also, my son mentioned that a lot of bikes don't have rear view mirrors. We do on ours, and he said just like every car needs to see behind them, when they're cruising at 30 miles per hour and they're trying to check back. So all bikes should have rear view mirrors on them. And then lastly, I would just like to say, I would hope that we would look at our children as being part of the solution. I know we as parents, we have their best interest in heart. I know I do. But I also know that they can give valuable input as to their perspective of what they see on the roads. Because as you said, Mayor, I do believe also that drivers, my son has had lots of gestures, let's just say, given at him, and they speed up and they yell at him and they cut him off. It's just, so drivers and bicyclists also both have a responsibility, but I would just love to see kids be a part of this solution, because as the last speaker just said, it's fun to have an e-bike, and they're here to stay. I don't think they're gonna go anywhere. And so I think rather than just being upset and saying that kids are irresponsible, because some are, no doubt, but a lot aren't. And I just think that we just need to have, as you are trying to do a collective solution, I also agree with the previous speakers about the bike lanes are not as they should be. Certainly around schools, I've seen that. When he's coming out of DeGagno at the park right there by OPE, there's bike lanes that that aren't there, and so the kids are on sidewalks. So anyway, I know that you could get a lot of information from, actually, and my son said he would be happy to be a part of talking to you if you'd like. But I would just hope that we would do that and have them as being part of the voice of tragedies like Brody, my son who's fallen twice, can be, not happen. So thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Philip Deonda. I live on Via Cantabria, which has become the new high-speed thoroughfare. It's 40 miles an hour, and they're doing 60 and 70 down it, and there's a lot of kids and a lot of blind curves on it. The issue of the e-bike is actually a moot issue because it is a motorized vehicle and should be held to all the standards of all motorized vehicles on the road, which means you have to be at least 15 and a half. You can't have 2 or 3 people on the bike with you. And another thing about the bikes, they weren't designed to carry that kind of weight, which means they have a longer stopping distance. And I see so many of them with 3 kids on them, and that doubled and tripled the stopping on those bikes and the controlling of the bikes. The youth on them have, basically we know all that growing up, we had a herd mentality. I see half the kids texting with both hands off the handlebars all the time, coming down Via Cantabria at 25, 30 miles an hour. And it's an issue now that it's almost like a TikTok thing to be texting while you're riding your bike. So the issue needs to be looked at the same way people forget that a bicycle is also considered a motor vehicle on the street. If you have a drink, you can get a DUI on a bicycle. All laws pertain the same to the motor vehicle as they do to the bicycle, as they do to the e-bike. So it's a moot issue now, but they need to be enforced, and what needs to be enforced, it needs to be recognized as a motorized vehicle, and it needs to be licensed, and it needs to be, the person needs to carry, a driver has gone through a course or a teaching. Basically, we're putting they've put the cart before the horse. We're doing something about it now. The bikes have been out for 2 years, 3 years. Something should have been mandated at the point of inception. They should have had restrictions. They should have had, licensing or anything. It's a motorized vehicle. It'll go as fast as a motorcycle. The kids on them are much younger. I see 12 and 13-year-olds with three on the bike. They don't have any experience behind anything like that, and constantly going down Via Cantabria and all over. It's an issue, like I said, is moot, because the laws do exist. Every law that is on the road, they have to abide by, and they're not. So they need to be taught, and they need to be licensed, and it's motorized vehicle, it needs to be licensed also. And that money can be used to improve the roads for bicyclists. It's not an issue, it doesn't have to be a big fee. When I grew up, every bike had to have a license on it in California. You couldn't take it out of the bike shop without them putting a license on it. So I don't know why they let that go, but it's an issue that needs to be looked at. Thank you so much.
Next speakers, Carol Hagan, Gwen Ross, Aaron Hebsche, and then Glenn Weisberg.
Good evening. Thank you for doing this. I'm so sorry. I have talked over the couple years that these e-bikes have been out, that it was going to take something like this before you're doing what we're doing for someone to lose their life. I live off of Via Cantabria. And what this gentleman before me just said is 100% true. And people drive. I don't know if the sheriffs can enforce the speed more on Via Cantabria. It's a 40-mile-an-hour zone. And people drive 50, 60. I drive 40, and everybody passes me. So I know how fast they're going. So to emphasize what the Kingman family has said and other people have said, maybe we could put an age on the riders. These 10-year-old and 12-year-old girls who go up and down Via Cantabria with 3 people on a bike, 3 people abreast. And I know you guys have a huge job in front of you. I don't know how you can enforce these riders to take the classes, to teach them how to ride responsibly. But I just thank you so much for doing this. And I echo everybody else's comments. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gwen Ross, and I'm very thankful that you guys called this meeting, and I'm very thankful, Mayor, that you are listening to our voices before calling the proclamation, because, as Troy said, Brody was meticulous, and it was not an education piece. And seeing the signs on La Costa Avenue, I just wanted to scream today. But Brody wouldn't want me to be angry. So what I would love for you guys to consider is partitions. I see them on Lacady Boulevard, I see them on 101, and I know they would be a nightmare on El Camino Real, but it is nothing compared to this nightmare. So I would really love to see you guys consider some of the safety measures to make these bike lanes safer. If you can feel Brody in your heart at all, know that it was something needed to be done to keep him safe, because it was not on him. So thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Aaron Hebsche, Leucadia, District 1. I want to give my deepest condolences to the family. I have a daughter who's a classmate of Brody's. We were at the vigil last night, and man, that was hard for me to keep it together, because that could have been Shay, that could have been our family. And in fact, it is. It's our family. This is our community. And we are trying to encourage our kids to be free, to be independent, to grow and be self-sufficient. And our roads are not safe enough for us to be able to do that. We need to retrofit our roads fast. This is a mobility revolution that's happening right now, and we need to get on top of this. We need to, as the last speaker suggested, we need to build up barricades on these high-speed, multi-lane roads. I'd love to see El Camino Real be reduced in lanes from the 3 in each direction to 2 and an extended, buffered, protected bikeway. Same with Encinitas Boulevard, right? These are real structural solutions that we can do, and you guys have done great so far. I mean, in the last few years with trying to improve that infrastructural safety. We can do more, and hopefully this emergency declaration, which I support today, will allow you to hasten some of these changes. So thank you for your work, and let's get this done. Thank you.
Glenn Weisberg.
Hi, my name's Glenn Weisberg. My deepest condolences to the family. I have a 17-year-old daughter, and I have a 13-year-old daughter. I live in Encinitas. So I'm 51 years old, and one thing that I've learned is that, I think we need to look at some of these problems from a different perspective. We're talking about copying the Carlsbad emergency policy that it's not my field, I don't know technically what it is, but whatever Carlsbad did, be interested to see what happened after they changed some of these, when they passed this, what really changed up there. I'm hearing from the parents that they went through this education, the son, Brody, went through this educational program. He followed the rules. And all I'm hearing, I'm sorry, it's so upsetting because I have children myself that I'm going to tell you about what we've been dealing with as of today. That we're talking about more education. But we have the parents here saying the kid was educated. And we're passing, I don't know what exactly is in this program, but it sounds like more education, more safety laws. To me personally, it's complete insanity to have these young kids, these girls riding around on motorcycles on the streets. The gentleman that said that they should be licensed at least at 15 and a half. My daughter, who's 13 now, she could be driving a car, so she won't have this desire to be part of the group and the socialization that's so important for these kids to be part of. Somebody said this herd mentality. I was at Moonlight Beach the other night, and I saw, taking a walk, there's 8 girls, probably middle school. They're not interacting with each other, watching the sunset like in the old days. They're all on their phones, taking selfies, posting, standing around in a circle like a cult or something. My point is that what's happening with our kids, it's not just the safety thing. I was at my house yesterday. My older daughter is 17. She's going to be a senior at SDA. Her friends came over and did a little bonfire after the vigil that we're at. And I asked one of the kids, what's something that can be done? One of the kids, and I don't think anybody said this, my point is, let's talk to the kids, or let's think out of the box. I'm 51 years old. I don't have the ideas. Most of the people here, we're older. Where are the kids? I tried to get you saw the kids at the vigil. Those are some of the smartest, most talented kids that put together the vigil. They're role model. I'd say my kids are role models for me. They're a lot smarter than I ever was. My point is that the boy that was at my house, he said, transportation. The kids want to go and be free, but is the only option to put them on a motorcycle on the street? What about when my dad, I had to take the keys away from him when he was older, and then we had those shuttles going around town, right? How come we can't get shuttle service? One second, please. This is important.
Wrap it up.
It's not just you can't get these kids that want to be cool in middle school onto these shuttles. You're going to have to get the grieving parents or somebody to go or the high school kids and talk to these middle schoolers and try to explain to them and make them feel like it's cool to go on this nerdy shuttle instead of a cool e-bike. I'm just telling you, we need to think differently. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that does conclude speakers.
Okay, thank you all. Powerful testimony. I appreciate it a lot. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it brief, but I too would like to express my condolences to you, both Troy and to Claire. And the pain that you're experiencing is unimaginable to most of us in this room, but you're not experiencing it alone. So we're sharing that with you. And that's why we're here, is because we are a city that is leading on this mobility revolution, as described by the speaker, Erin Hebsche, but we do need to do more. And it's totally within our power to do that. And so I'm glad that we're taking action, and I hope that this is just the beginning of the action that we're going to take tonight. So just a couple of points to make is that I watched Carlsbad today review their mobility plan that they initiated in September of 2022, and they got some data about that. And they have a 19% reduction in collisions that are related to micromobility and e-bikes since launching this public campaign. And their program rests on three legs of a stool. So it's education, enforcement, and engineering, which I think that is what we attempt to emulate here in the city. When we're talking about education, we have to consider that if you're behind the wheel of a car, you have presumably been educated about how to drive that car and gone through a test to pass to get your license to obtain your ability to drive. And so your penalty should be stricter. So when we're talking about enforcement, my hope is that we can enforce poor driver behavior very strict with the drivers that we see who are not following the rules of the road. I hope that we can take violations of speed a lot more seriously, that we can take violations of distracted driving more seriously, and also driving under the influence, which is something that has resulted in fatalities here in our city. When we're talking about education and enforcement of the younger riders, this is a technological advancement with e-bikes and micromobility that we as a city, we can't control it, but we can respond to it. And so it does represent a part of independence that children can build by riding their bikes around town. And we want to support that as policymakers. We want to make it as safe and as it can be for them to do that. Because when we equip students and young ones with the ability to navigate the road safely, we're building better adults. We're building adults who are going to be better and safer behind the wheel of their car or behind the wheel of their bikes. So it is important that we focus on education. We have created a program here in the city to amend our code so that we can divert riders who would be penalized for not following certain rules of the road to education so that their penalties are less severe. And I think that that's really important. Other things that I think we need to update as part of this resolution is, as former Mobility Commissioner Von Neumann suggested, to replace any time that says accident with collision. And I only did see it once, which was under resolution point number 5. So let me talk about some of the things that are a little easier to accomplish. We're talking about creating a video for bike safety, and I think we need to spend resources and time creating a video for driver safety, because we in Encinitas have a lot of things that might be unusual, especially for people who've been driving for a long time. So I think that video needs to include how to navigate safely next to a bike, especially a bike that could be making a turn across several lanes of traffic. That video needs to include how to navigate safely a roundabout alongside somebody that might be in the bike lane, and also to how to respect a sharrow, because I'm seeing a lot of drivers that don't know how to navigate a sharrow that has a rider in it. And I think it's important that driver video is also required of the parents, because a lot of the collisions that we see are in school zones. So something else that we learned from the City of Carlsbad meeting this morning was that, let me pull it up just to make sure that I get this right. 30% of the trips that were made in Carlsbad were school-related trips. So for every pickup and drop-off, it generates 4 trips. So we want to be focusing on making our school zones safer and also allowing those who want to walk and bike and roll and use adaptive devices to get where they want to go, that it's safe, that they can feel confident leaving their home knowing that there's protections in place for them. A couple other things. I love the idea to get input from students, so I think that we as a city need to focus on getting valuable input from our student riders about what would make them feel safer and more confident on the road. And then in the long-term view of this, I think all of us understand here how expensive it is to build infrastructure that's safe for all modes of travel, but we do have tools that we can accomplish those things more quickly than traditionally have been the approach. And so I would like us to bring back a policy about identifying solutions for creating a network of protected bike lanes on our biggest corridors. Our corridors like El Camino Real, Via Cantabria, as 2 of the speakers spoke to today, because a lot of times folks are trying to avoid riding on those big arterials, and so they'll ride on Via Cantabria, Encinitas Boulevard, La Costa Avenue, and Leucadia, and finishing the protected path on Leucadia Boulevard, because we do need to bring down the speeds, and I think as of July 2024, that's something that we're going to be able to do because of a state law. Right now, we can't artificially bring down speeds, but we can do it with engineering approaches, raised speed tables, and lane narrowing, which we support all of those things here in the city of Encinitas. So let me make sure I captured all of my thoughts there. What Judy said with the 20 miles per hour, 9 out of 10 people survive, versus at 40 miles per hour, 9 out of 10 people don't survive. That's something we really need to hone in on, and we need to figure out every opportunity to bring speeds to 20 miles per hour, because you don't really get to your destination faster if you're driving faster, if you're just going to be captured at the signal with everybody else who's speeding. And the last thing that I do want to emphasize is that in every report, Brody was wearing a helmet. Brody was following the rules of the road. Brody was an educated rider. And that is something that needs to be at the forefront of this discussion, is that it's incumbent not only on the kids, but on everybody else who's using our roads to be following the rules of the road and knowing that you share it with everybody else who needs to get around. So not everybody can afford a car, not everybody can afford an e-bike, but we should be creating roads and our built environment so that it's safe no matter how you access it. So those are my comments, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing forward this resolution and this emergency item so we can have this critical discussion tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Blackwell.
I think you're going to find a lot of agreement among the council members tonight on what we need to do, but probably some other points. And first, again, I want to extend my heart to the family. It's hard to make comments right now because I feel pretty emotional about everything I heard and just thinking about my own kids at that age. So, but, you know, the things Kelly mentioned or Councilmember Hensey mentioned are really important, and I echo a lot of those. I love the suggestion from one of the public speakers to get input from the children who are riding bikes, whether they're e-bikes or not, and involving them in the solution is a great idea. I also took note about Carlsbad's plan, and it's a good example. And they had 3 E's, and that's enforcement, education, and engineering. And when I look at our resolution, I don't see the engineering, but I would say direct it to city staff and maybe Director Bankston. We did hear a couple weeks ago about Vision Zero and what's coming next, including a public workshop in August, including coming back to the council in September. And that might cover some of these road improvements, at looking at the busiest roads for bike safety, looking at any clustering of any of the collisions, and looking at that for bike safety. And I didn't know, but maybe we have an opportunity, if it's not otherwise encompassed, to include that. Could I ask for a comment?
Certainly. Part of the staff report includes an engineering review of our infrastructure. So we will be looking at our roads that have the highest speed limits. We have a heat map that shows where we have the highest accident rates, and we'll be closely and carefully reviewing those roads in addition to the list that Councilmember Hinsey provided and areas around schools to see what kind of improvements we can make.
That's great, and maybe that's the right place for it, because Vision Zero really is about the vision to get to zero accidents or collisions. I'll correct myself, collisions. So on that note, I think that's good, and I am excited about the mobility manager role, because I think they can take some of those actions that aren't contemplated in the resolution tonight and bring those forward and get more input and implement those. So that is a great step, I think, for the city to take. And with that, I will pass it back.
Okay, thank you. And I would follow your points by saying that I don't think there was anything in the staff report or the resolution that was intended to limit the areas that we would look to address safety issues. Is that correct?
That is correct. And actually, the report does talk about at the end that traffic engineering will be over the next month looking at any areas that could or need improvement and would bring back something to council in August.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I think we are going to have quite a bit of agreement up here. Much of what Councilperson Enzi and Blackwell both said, I would repeat. First of all, my heart goes out to you. I'm having flashbacks to my nephew that passed away in a motorcycle accident at age 19. Yeah, I'll try and get through this. So it's the worst thing I've ever seen a family go through. With that, I did get a chance to watch the March 21st City Council meeting in Carlsbad, and they did a great job of going through the data. And they used a heat map. So I would love to see a heat map. And Jill, if that heat map is for bicycle and e-bike accidents, I would love to see that, because they focus their enforcement. And the three letters, education, enforcement, and what was the other one? Engineering. We need to focus enforcement. What I've personally noticed is a lot of illegal driving, both on cars and vehicles, and even some bicyclists. And I encourage everybody to go look at this, look at the numbers. They said 19%, but it was a downtrend, and you could look at it and at their numbers and decide, and they're about double our size. So that's that with the. So enforcement is really where I think we need to start immediately. I had a chance at a board meeting this morning to talk to the mayor of Carlsbad. And I said, hey, we're about a year behind you. They did their declaration in August of 2022, and then they had their 6-month review, and they'll probably be coming up on a 12-month review shortly. But his comment was enforcement. That was his first comment to us, is we need to focus on enforcement. And so one of the things I'd like to suggest after tonight is that we ask the sheriff whether you need anything to increase enforcement, focus additional enforcement, additional money, tell us what it takes. We need to know. Let's see. And then I look at what we were proposing in the program tonight, and it's very similar to Carlsbad. I'd say it's a little smaller. So 300 signs. I think they had distributed 1,100 signs. Again, they're roughly double. So we might want to consider, under the emergency powers, that I would be okay with doubling, quadrupling the number of signs, and just get the information out there to the public. So trying to think anything else. So I basically, I won't repeat everything that the other two council members said. I agree with it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. And I know that there's an intention of having several more agendized conversations to talk about the costs of additional enforcement if necessary, more signs if necessary. This is kind of an ongoing conversation that we will be having. But can you talk a little bit about that map, Abe?
Sure, Mayor. This is a heat map of 124 collisions. The past, I have another one from January of 2011 till end of December last year. This is from January of 2018 because we know our focus was mostly recent bike collisions and e-bikes mainly when they started coming out around in 2018, 2019. These are 124 collisions that were mapped out of the 142 that we had on record, bike collisions, and the distribution around the city. As you can see, the heat map, obviously the red dots are where we had more collisions, and the light green ones are areas where we had less. They kind of line up with our higher speed roads and higher volume roads, 101 being obviously the most frequently seen red dots and higher frequency collisions, and Encinitas Boulevard after that. El Camino Real is there. Lucadia Boulevard a little bit less, La Costa a little bit less. But this does line up with mostly, I would say, there's a very good correlation between these heat map dots and the roadways of the city that have 35 mile per hour speeds or higher, which is another map that I have. This is the map of the city that shows the roadways that are currently at 35 mile an hour or more. Obviously, we will be focusing on trying to lower speeds on these roads, as was mentioned, at speeds of 40 mile per hour or above. Chances of survival at a bike accident drastically lowers to less than 80%. There are different studies. Some say 70, some say 80, and some say 90. But we, at the most conservative, chances of survival is around 25, 30%, which is very low. Whereas when it comes to 30, it reverses it. It gets to 75%, 80% chance of survival, which is what we want to get to. So there are options that we're looking into very quickly to see what we can do until AB 43 kicks in July 1st, 2024. Between now and then to see what opportunities we have to lower speed at these locations. But as was brought up, AB 43 would allow us July 1st to take a more holistic approach into lowering speed limits citywide.
Thank you. Captain Lawrence, could you talk a little bit about enforcement of these areas that are identified as kind of hotspots?
Absolutely. So our traffic unit, as well as our cops team, is going to be diverting most of the enforcement to the heat map areas, as well as the schools, which don't necessarily show up on the heat map as well, for problems with the minor violations that are talked about, the traffic violations. And one of the speakers already mentioned that many of the violations are already covered under the vehicle code, and that is true. Helmet violations, sign violations, speed violations, those are all already provided to e-bikes as well as regular bicycles. So you will see our cops team on our own bicycles as well, enforcing the areas that are a little bit more difficult for our cruisers to get to, as well as our motorcycle deputies that are out and about will be enforcing this, especially during the summer when we see a lot more ridership in our community areas.
And we've heard some conversation about Via Cantabria, which I tend to suspect is fairly accurate, but I don't see Via Cantabria on this particular map. So my hope is that we can take a look at that area as another place for enforcement opportunities.
Absolutely. The whole city is being looked at, and we get complaints from the whole city, as you would imagine. Limited resources, and we have to put those where they're going to be most effective.
Okay. Councilmember Ehlers, did you have follow-up questions on that map?
Yeah, couple of points. With the Carlsbad map, they had actually gone one layer deeper, and they had mapped where they had done improvements, and they looked at old data versus new data, and I think there's like dark blue dots on there that you can tell where improvements, engineering improvements, had actually improved the heat map location. So you might want to talk to, is it Tom Frank, yeah. Tom Frank, because he was the engineer in Carlsbad. He's an Encinitas resident. Is he on he was on Traffic Commission.
He's on Hermes.
Okay, so, but also on one of our commissions for a while, too.
Traffic Commission.
Traffic Commission, yeah. So he could help explain it, and I think it's a good tool to look and see, did we make an improvement that helped, and then let's repeat that elsewhere. So What was the other comment? And I'd forgotten about the school zones, that enforcement in school zones. So, you made a comment there right at the end about we have limited resources. That's the knob I want you to ask us to turn up if you need to, if you can do it on a short time basis or permanently. Tell us what you need.
Well, as you know, most of the law enforcement agencies in the nation are suffering from staffing. So if there's any way we can get more to bolster our forces, that's essentially what we need. We have the deputies that are passionate about this as well, that are already doing the job every day. They've been providing enforcement and education to e-bikes since 2020 and before. We already have a diversion program that has been going for the helmet violations that's been successful in our opinion. But again, we're doing as much as we can with what we have.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you. I want to offer my sincere condolences to Troy and Claire. I'm a mother and a grandmother, and I believe that there's nothing more difficult than the loss of a child. So I've heard a lot of good feedback from my colleagues on what we've heard you say and how we could translate that into this action today, but also future action that we can take that might be outside of the budgetary limits that are in today's proposal. So I want to call attention to that we, I would like to move approval of Resolution 2023-86 and embrace it wholeheartedly, but also to acknowledge that not only do we have work outside of the constraints here identified to do, much of it has been discussed, but we also need to bring very important new infrastructure improvements and policies forward so that we can approve funding. And so that's going to be important for as we move forward. And that's going to be an important shift that is based on this emergency declaration that we will pay attention to and move forward. There's a few things that I want to point out that haven't been said that I want to get a little bit finer point on. One is where the school's role is in approving and providing permits for the students who are riding their bikes to school. I know many of our schools have put a program in place to require education for anyone who brings their bike to school, but I know that not all of our schools have done that yet. So we do have a standing school liaison committee, and I would like to task that committee with working with the schools to find out where the barriers are to moving forward with all of our schools, making sure we have that requirement in place. I would also like to drill down just a little bit more on having the students involved in the process of problem solving. They are passionate, they are young, they have ideas outside of what we will have. And I would like to propose that we facilitate students, whether it's gathering together with a facilitation group, but what a type of structure might be e-bike ambassadors, where we focus on what are the safety measures the students will bring forward, and that in itself helps them to become ambassadors to the other students. I want to invite everyone in this room and everyone in the broader community, because we are a family here. We're a small enough community where we know each other. We know each other's families. We know our neighbors. And I want to invite everyone to come forward after this meeting with your ideas through email, through phone calls. The conversation won't stop here, and I want to leave the door completely open for you to help us provide the best leadership we all can together as we move forward. And the only other thing I do want to focus on is it's my belief that a reduction in speed limits for vehicles is key to building our safety. So out of all the things that have been discussed, there's nothing I disagree with, but that one I see as fundamentally important. So I'll do what I can to bring that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And to follow up on some of this, I wanted to point out that we have been for quite some time in conversation with the school districts for the idea of developing a common policy. We have Cardiff School District, Encinitas Elementary School District, and San Diego School District in our city, plus a number of private schools. So we've been working to get a common policy that we could have them educate the riders to allow for the city to certify in some way. We're also added to our budget the idea of training the trainers, because one of the problems with these educational efforts is that there aren't enough certified instructors. So the city has made that investment as well, and we will step that effort up. So a lot going on there. I would also like to say that AB 43 is what's going to allow us to work on speed limit issues, and it goes into effect July 1st of 2024. So we are essentially a year away from that. But what I would like to do is kick off that conversation sooner and start talking about the corridors that we're going to apply that particular legislation to, and have the conversation about what we might do so that we're making the public aware of our efforts along the lines of AB 43. So look for a future agenda item on that. One other thing that I'm going to be bringing forward is the notion of a bike summit, because I think that would be a wonderful environment to invite young people to talk about their ideas on how we can improve safety. So that was perhaps something that we could organize with the city of Carlsbad, since we both have the same, issues at stake. And so I look forward to a future agenda item for that. Councilmember Hinsey, we do have a motion. I don't know if you'd like to second it.
I sure will. I'll second that motion. And if I may just provide a little bit more clarity on the issue that you just raised and that Deputy Mayor Lyons was curious about. So within our school district liaison committee, we work with the school districts to develop programs that would support the schools in providing the safe routes they need. And as we know, school districts are tasked with so much, and so a lot of what the city needs to do is just provide them with the resources to carry out a lot of the programs they hope to do, which include walking school buses, where you just engage a group of people to all walk together. So there's parents and students, and you can reduce 4 car trips for every one student who is taking part. And part of the hurdle that we are finding, even though we have authorized this $75,000 for trainers to train students during the school day on school campuses, is finding folks who are available to do that training. And so as Captain Lawrence described, the staffing issues that persist within the police department, we have those same staffing issues with the school districts and being able to find crossing guards, folks who are willing to do these trainings, and it's 1 hour a day sometimes that is the commitment you need to make. So I just want to lift up Judy Burlfine's ask that if you are interested in taking part in that way, that would greatly enhance the safety of all of our students and families in Encinitas, and you might have an hour to spare Monday through Friday, please sign up with her and let us know that you might have that availability, because that really is a missing piece that we have. We can spend a lot of money on infrastructure and a lot of money to create these positions, but if we don't have anybody to fill them, then we haven't achieved the goal. So please find Judy after this meeting if you're able to. And I love the idea of the bike summit, Mayor, and perhaps that's something we can do in partnership with our youth commission, because we do have a youth commission of really talented students within our schools who might like to take part in that with us.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second, so please vote.
And then I just did want to clarify, Councilmember Hinsey had requested that item number 5 in the resolution be changed
Yes.
from bicycle accidents to collision.
Thank you
Is
for that
included in the
reminder.
motion?
Yes, I support that.
Yes, that's acceptable.
Thank you. That motion does carry unanimously.
Great, thank you. And so to this meeting, I would like to adjourn in honor of Brody Champlain Kingman, and I will say that the most moving part of yesterday's vigil was your statement about the fact that your son's big, loving heart is still beating in somebody's chest. And I know that you saved a couple of lives with the organ donation, and I want to very much thank you for that great gift. So with that, we're adjourned. The regular council meeting will start at 6:30. Actually, think, are we red-eye?
Jordan and I went in search of you, and then we're like, oh, interviews, got it.
Okay, I'm very sorry for the delay, and I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council for Wednesday, June 28th, 2023 at 6:39 p.m. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Blackwell?
Here.
Councilmember Ehlers?
Here.
Councilmember Hensy?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons?
Here.
Mayor Kranz?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present.
Okay, great. And if you'd all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. And I am here at this spot to declare July Parks and Recreation Month. And so how many of you are all going to come on up and join me up here? Parks and Rec folks, come on up. Travis. Travis is our Director of Parks and Recreation, and this is our Parks and Recreation Commission and park maintenance staff and all sorts of good people who are making our parks better. So I grew up at the Lake Drive sports fields, helping to build those fields as a 13-year-old kid at my dad's side. I have a lot of work experience as a Parks and Rec scorekeeper and umpire, and I am here to attest how important Parks and Recreation is and how important it is to our community. So I have this proclamation that I will read. Whereas since July 1985, July has been celebrated across the nation as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural arts provide safe, vibrant, environmentally healthy, progressive communities that make life better through positive alternatives offered in recreational and artistic opportunities. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural arts offer engagement and education for human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, creative, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural arts promote physical, emotional, creative, and, I already read that. Whereas parks, recreation, and cultural arts create community character and memorable experiences through summer camps, senior activities, cultural arts, enrichment programs, fitness, free community events, support of youth sports organizations, and beyond. And whereas parks, beaches, trails, and recreational facilities provide safe spaces, fostering social cohesiveness by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to their benefits. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural arts maintains and operates over 328 acres of parkland, including 20 unique community parks, 3 sports parks, a world-class skate park, and a 2-acre off-leash dog park, along with maintaining 10 miles of streetscape, 90 acres of open space, 33 acres of beaches, and 41 miles of trails accessible on the Outer Spatial app. And whereas parks, beaches, and trails promote environmental health of our natural resources by protecting habitats and open space, connecting people to nature, and promoting the ecological function of parkland. And whereas parks, recreation, and cultural arts create opportunities for the creation, celebration, and appreciation of the arts through a multitude of mediums, including but not limited to music, dance, theater, public art, events, and installations. And whereas Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts practice fiscal stewardship by supporting the economic vitality of communities by partnering with local businesses and nonprofits to offer events for residents' engagement. And whereas Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts promotes mobility by providing education and bicycle safety training in partnership with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition to offer monthly skills classes, an e-bike rules guide, and a comprehensive bicycling safety video hosted on the city website for rider empowerment. And now, therefore, I, Tony Kranz, Mayor of the City of Encinitas, along with all the council members, do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month, recognizing that parks, recreation, and cultural arts enrich the lives of residents and visitors in the City of Encinitas, and urge all citizens to fully utilize and enjoy our parks, beaches, trails, open space, facilities, and cultural arts and recreational opportunities. And that is dated this 28th day of June, 2023.
So our Parks and Recreation Department is very unique because we also have cultural arts in our department, which is a great asset to our community as well. We also have one of our senior commissioners here tonight, and so she wants to come up and join us. She can as well. So I appreciate all the commissioners that are here. If you're a commissioner, could you raise your hand? And if you're a staff member, raise your hand. All right, well, I just want to thank the community for all their support of our Parks and Recreation, our programs, events, and our facilities. We can't do the work that we do without a very engaged community, so I thank you very much. And we do have a little video here that we'd like to show.
Do a picture first. Here's one. Try and squeeze in as much as you can. You need heroes. Another.
Celebrate National Parks and Recreation Month and the vital role that the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Department plays in enhancing a community where everyone belongs by creating engaging and educational services and safe places to enjoy the Encinitas life. From the parks and beaches where you play, facilities where you learn, arts you create, trails that you hike, streets that you bike, and events you enjoy, the department delivers a dynamic and vibrant Encinitas to work, create, and play. To guide you to Encinitas' outdoor spaces, the department partners with the Outer Spatial mobile app to offer a unique Encinitas site accessible on your smartphone. The app allows you to explore dozens of trails using real-time GPS, along with information about parks, events, and is loaded with plenty of tools to make and share social connections. With the surge in popularity of bikes and e-bikes, the department is working to increase education in partnership with the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition to offer monthly safety and skills classes serving over 400 riders to date. The department also created an e-bike road rules guide and a comprehensive cycling safety video hosted on the city website. The Parks Division maintains and operates over 328 acres of parkland, including 20 unique neighborhood parks, 3 sports parks, a world-class skate park, and a 2-acre off-leash dog park, along with maintaining 10 miles of streetscape, 90 acres of open space, 33 acres of beaches, and 41 miles of trails. The Recreation Division cultivates connections and education for all ages and abilities. The Encinitas Community and Senior Center hosts health, wellness, and enrichment, along with rentals for life celebrations, activities, and meetings. The Open Gym, Senior Center, and Nutrition Program make the center a second home to many and a vibrant site for visitors. The Recreation Division also produces the Encinitas Holiday Parade, Spring Egg Hunt, Ciclovia, Movies in the Park, and launched the brand new Encinitas VIPs volunteer program. As the Cultural Arts Division prepares for the grand opening of the Pacific View Art Center, over the year they presented 77 events totaling 30,000 attendees at concerts, 4 art nights, and 2 Nutcracker performances. They installed 80 pieces of public art and coordinated 28 visual art exhibitions at City Hall, the Encinitas Library, and the Community Center. They also facilitate the community grant program that awards $150,000 for Encinitas arts and civic projects. Follow us on social media this July to learn about the vital role parks, recreation, and cultural arts play in bringing people together, offering essential services, and fostering health and creativity in the city of Encinitas.
One of the treasured assets is all, the Parks and Rec Department, everything that you guys do, I really appreciate, and also applaud the Parks and Rec Commission for all that you contribute to the conversation. So thank you all very much. Public speakers.
Yes, we do. Mayor, we have 4. Mark Maville, Alan Largent, Nancy Perry Sheridan, and then Patty Stottlemyre.
Evening, Mark Maville. Yeah, we just experienced that sorrowful situation. I'm a big bike rider, and it should have been preemptive a long time ago what you guys do about this. This e-bike situation has been going on for several years, and to talk about it and schedule it further on and push it off, no, you need action now on this. Get rid of all those barriers, all the outside dining, so there's at least room to ride a bike. You can put your hand on the hood of the car when you're going down 101. So I felt bad for the family, the mom and dad there, but now is the time, and they agreed. I talked to them briefly. Do something now. Don't put it off for another meeting. You guys are all shut down next month. Somebody should be here working on this now, because it is an issue now. So I did mention the immigrant situation, and that is affecting bikes. They're stealing them like crazy now. Containment, control, I don't know, maybe it didn't hit home last time, but you're gonna have to do something about that while you're on vacation or whatever you might be doing. Online bike presentations, or go to the bike shops and have them go to the schools and take care of it. You don't need to be training people. These people already know how to do that. Get every school hit that you can. We already know everybody's speeds. There's drunk drivers out there and everything, and the kids have got to watch themselves, and they got to know what to do, when to do it. Helmet up, make them, put on vests that are some kind of fluorescent color so you can see them, for God's sake. I ride alongside with them. They got 3 kids on one bike going down the street. So the parents have got to take responsibility, getting people in there to educate the public or the kids themselves. It's not going to be a big money thing. After what happened here, and now you're going to do something about it, should have done something about it a long time ago. Now we got this, and now you're all motivated. Do it now. It should have been done years ago as far as safety is concerned for these kids, because it's a good thing that it's a little bit cheating on the electric bikes, but the bikes are out there, and they're just rampant everywhere, and these kids aren't paying attention because they're younger, and it's just before they start driving, right? And maybe have some kind of a license. This is the cutoff here. Younger kids under 8, you can't be on an e-bike out on the street. Maybe in your little neighborhood, but not out on these highways here in 101. There's a lot of speed out there. I've been there. I see it. It's like, can I keep up with this guy? I'm going to stay away from him. They're swerving over. I've been almost taken out 6 times, 3 of them intentional. And so just saying, it's very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing and you don't slow down. So
Thank you.
Seems like that's a theme, so thanks.
Alan Largent.
Hello, my name's Alan Largent. I'm here I represent La Paloma Theater, some of you know me. Been owner of La Paloma Theater for 31 years. That sounds weird. and 37 years overall. I worked there when I was a kid. Anyways, I'm here today to talk about the downtown bar situation. I have a lot to cover here, so forgive me if it gets a little bit out of order. But specifically, my neighbor, the establishment next to La Paloma has been any number of bars since I've been there. I can think of at least 7. Easy Street, Bobby G's, Full Moon, Sharky's, Millennium, D Street Bar and Grill, Home and Away. Now, I don't know what they're calling it now. But anyways, a new owner took over about a year ago, and there was an immediate difference. Primarily the attendance, if you will. I use that word from the theater business, but it spiked specifically on Friday and Saturday nights. He immediately turned it into a dance club, amplified music, bass, and installed new bass speakers. So I'm fairly well versed in sound reinforcement and audio visual. So he put in some sub speakers, QSC, and they work. They're quite loud. So among the other things, that's primarily my main concern is the noise. But among other things, public drunkenness, violence, the usual vomit and urine, vandalism, broken glass on my poster cases, marquee, letters are being stolen, jumping up, knocked down, open containers, people, literally seeing people climbing in his windows. I think he's been putting furniture out on the sidewalk, I assume, to increase the dance floor capacity. I believe there's documented evidence of underage serving there. He's removed all the televisions, so he's not pursuing any type of a sports bar or a restaurant type. It's strictly, now he's only open on Fridays and Saturdays. He could have been open and serving food for the NCAA, the NBA. I think that's part of his license requirement is that he sell a certain percentage of food. Not doing it. He's only open Fridays and Saturdays and some Sunday afternoons. Party buses are showing up. Now he's doing unpermitted construction in there. I think he's moving toilets around. I've had a sewer backup in the past 5 weeks twice where it floods my storeroom, and I'm very hands-on. I go out there and snake the drain. And I get the short end of the stick on that. I think he's dealing with some legal problems. I understand that the doorman was confiscating fake IDs and reselling them to the underage drinkers. And I just would wrap it up by saying La Paloma is beloved by this community. I hear it all the time, and I'm not bragging. It's just a fact. I'm lucky to be there. It's the only one left in San Diego. It's a cultural asset. It's artistic. It's architectural. And it is a challenge, and it always has been a big challenge. I'm a one-man band practically down there, and I'm super independent to a fault. So whatever we can do to preserve, restore, protect, and foster La Paloma, we should do. If it means clamping down on this guy who has a track record, he owns 2 other bars downtown.
Thank you. We've been taking notes. I think the city manager's got some things to look into. Thank you.
Just, if I may say one thing, why is Modern Times and Pina, they shut down at 10 o'clock? This guy can run a bar. I can deal with that.
Thanks,
but
Sam.
not a dance club.
Thank you.
The base,
Thank
too
you.
much. Thank you.
This part seems to take a long time.
It's all right.
One of the best parts of our new council chambers. I
It's-
really appreciate the accommodation. Thank you
It
for
is
taking the
very
time to do
nice.
that.
We have to do something about the door, though.
Yeah, we
Good
need to.
evening. Thank you for your time and attention to the e-bike safety concerns. Tonight, I'll talk about the 4 marijuana storefronts coming to our town and concerns that the storefronts will normalize marijuana use. My name is Nancy Perry Sheridan. I work as a social worker with San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. We partner with the school district and others to provide youth-oriented programs in the community. 2 such programs are Canine Unwind, where students learn to reduce anxiety from visits with therapy dogs, and Young Leaders in Healthcare, which is a robust regional high school program providing mentorship, leadership opportunities, and internships to advance future career planning for high school students. I work with Billy, which stands for Because I Love You, to offer weekly parent groups that support parents who are struggling with poor choices made by their offspring. So I hear what's happening with our youth and our families. I also attend County Board of Supervisor meetings to understand county policies and programs that affect our youth. Earlier this month, on June 13th, the Board of Supervisors accepted funding from the state to participate in a statewide youth suicide reporting and crisis response pilot program. We learned that San Diego County was chosen for a youth suicide prevention pilot program because we had the 2nd highest rate of youth suicides in the state. We learned from the county medical examiner that 39% of people under the age of 25 who took their own lives in the last reporting cycle had marijuana in their systems. Marijuana use before age 25 is known to increase the rate of suicide and suicidal ideation. Some believe it to be a quick fix for anxiety and depression. It's not. There are numerous peer-reviewed studies confirming the negative mental health impacts of youth marijuana use. Parents and San Diego Alliance are concerned about the 4 marijuana storefronts coming to Encinitas. We think the storefronts will normalize and commercialize marijuana use. We're concerned that these storefront advertising and marketing will perpetuate the false idea that weed is a harmless, short-term answer for anxiety and depression. Students need to hear messages regarding how best to handle problems and that drugs are never the answer. Hopefully, at every opportunity, our City Council will share this message. Moving forward, please make it your business to guard against the normalization and protect our youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Patty Stottlemyre?
Speaking of suicide, I've asked this before to the council about removing the suicide advertisement signs next to the railroad tracks. When I go by there, all I see is suicide in very large print. It's like, here, this is where you can come and do your suicide. And, you know, in our day here, especially in Canada, but now it's probably going to come down here too, with the promotion of suicide. But that's just another note. What I came here today, because you're talking about housing at 10D, I just want to remind you, because, you know, I was here talking about housing years ago, wanting affordable housing, especially for L7. And supposedly, some people here, they're not here now, a lot of them, were really for affordable housing. And then what happens is the city, where 2 affordable housing units came up for sale with qualified affordable housing buyers, and who does the city appoint the sale to? Blackstone, part of BlackRock, which owns about, you know, the whole world. So, and Blackstone has been noted for buying up whole housing tracts across the country. So when you're talking about and making decisions about affordable housing, would you please make it really go to people that are qualified, not giant corporations that are getting properties pennies on the dollar? I mean, I think they bought it for like $100,000, and they said, oh, we're going to have it for affordable rentals. Now, the mortgage payment on a $100,000 house, It's going to be a lot less than any rent here. So thank you. And thanks for the beautiful parks here, by the way.
Yes, and I would just point out that they rent it at affordable rates. So it's all
and those
affordable.
affordable rates would be totally more than a mortgage payment on $100,000.
No. That's how the mortgage is set.
Who agreed for that?
Is that it?
Yes,
Okay,
hold on.
very good.
Excuse me, sorry, yes. That
Thank you all
concludes-
for coming and speaking. And we didn't have a closed session today, so there is no report. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the posted agenda, and then moving to the consent calendar, no items have been pulled by members of the public.
Okay,
I wanted to pull 8F, as in Frank.
8. So that leaves us with 8A through D and 8, oh, excuse me, 8A through 8E, and then 8G through 8.
And I'll move approval of
8P.
what the mayor just said.
I'll second.
Councilmember Blackwell? Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8F.
Okay, that is the management services agreements with the Main Street Associations in downtown Encinitas, Leucadia, Cardiff, and the Encinitas Chamber of Commerce. Do you need a presentation?
No, I don't. My only question here, and we got some late information as far as what the past funding was for each of these organizations, plus also the community grant program. There were additional smaller sums that were provided to each of these organizations. What I wanted to make sure that we talked about on this item is, do we now, since we're increasing funding to each of these organizations and I'd say truing it up in a way, are we going to continue the practice of using part of the community grant program to fund some of their items? We can. I thought it was worthwhile, as long as this item is being adopted, that we look at the whole picture. So I think I wanted to hear a discussion from the council whether the 35, 35, 35, and 40,000 for the chamber, whether that is really, we are looking for that to fund everything that they've done in the past, or are there any changes to what we're expecting?
Well, I would say that the item on the agenda tonight is this allocation, this funding for them. The question of whether they would qualify for the grant program, I think, is outside of this particular agenda item. I have no problem having that conversation, but I don't think it's really something that we should be discussing at this particular time, because there may be people that would want to have come speak to that issue if we were going to consider it now. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I think it's a reasonable conversation to have, just not in the context of this particular agenda item.
Okay, and I know and I just wanted to verify one other thing. We gave the chamber $10,000, I think, both last year and maybe a year or two before that, for some website work and visitor center and magazine. And I know this tonight does include the visitor center, I believe, in the 40,000. The extra 5,000 is for the visitor center. So I would assume that we wouldn't be planning on giving or granting the $10,000 again next year in addition to the 40,000.
Well, again, I don't think it's unreasonable to have a conversation about what services are being provided for these grants. I have never considered these organizations to be charity organizations. Mm-hmm. They are, I think, an important part of our economic development. Having a grant program that ensures that we're getting a return on that investment, I think, is important. So Again, a conversation outside this particular allocation.
Okay, and so what I would, since we're talking about allocating money, I do think it is in, the grant program may be separate, and I'm okay with that. I just wanted to, so that you've expressed your view there, and I appreciate that, and I can see it being there, but I want to make sure we, the purpose stated in the memo was not vague, but it wasn't as detailed, and so I didn't want to leave it unsaid, and then we come around next year, or halfway through the year, and we have additional requests for money, so I wanted to make sure. Perhaps it would be appropriate to let staff comment on what their expectations are here, and they've probably been involved in the discussions and negotiations, so.
Well, I would again say that I think the expectations are what we should be setting, and I don't have any problem with bringing this conversation as an agenda item, which would look at those expectations, and we would have that conversation. But, this item isn't, I think, agendized in a way to have that conversation. And, I guess the question is, do we want to, is there a motion to maybe pull this item and redo the report so that the public has an opportunity to see what it is that we're doing? I don't know. Is that the motion that you want to make?
I would appreciate that.
I guess the
Just
question
to
is
get clarity,
what the
that's-
fiscal impacts might be on these organizations if we delay this grant.
Yeah, that is a question for staff.
Yep.
Mayor, members of council, the 101 organizations and the chamber do rely on the agreements that they have with the city. The current agreements that they have will end on June 30th of this month. So the new agreements would start on July 1st. We do not have a council meeting until August 9th. So therefore, they would not receive funding. They do send us monthly invoices in which we pay. So we would have to reach out to see if we were a month behind in payments, if they would be okay. I do not know that because they do send us invoices on what they do every month, but I know that they do rely on this funding, as most of them do have some type of brick and mortar building that they do have to pay rent in. They also have different salaries for different people in the organization, and then it helps run the operations as well. So unfortunately, I'm not sure of what the impact may be to those organizations if we were to delay the vote tonight. If it is something that you want to come back, we generally have this monthly agreement. If it's something that Councilmember Ellers would like to talk about with different funding, we could definitely agendize that possibly differently. I would like to say that the one-time funding asks for the chamber that was this year that I was involved in was for the iconic Encinitas magazine, where the city did receive pages to go ahead and promote our events. The Cardiff 101 also received $10,000 extra for the marketing and promotion of the farmers market. They also told the city that at any time we could have a table or booth at the farmers market free of charge if we had any type of special meetings or had anything we wanted to promote. Those were $10,000 additional funding for those organizations, which is within the city manager's authority to do. So sometimes we will be asked outside of these agreements for something that might be special. We generally weigh the benefits to see what that would be, because both of those events benefited quite a bit of Encinitas. One of the great things about the farmers market was the fact that they took special. They were able to use food stamps and different cards for people that were perhaps in need and were food deprived. So that was something that we saw that would benefit the community. So we generally, on the additional funding, looked at how it would benefit the whole city as opposed to just one geographic area. So I wanted to let you know a little bit of the decision-making behind those two additional amounts. But generally, we do like to just stick to the agreements and what they generally have to do for business promotion and retention.
Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I was going to say partially what Jennifer had said, because I'm a former Main Street professional, and so I'm pretty aware of what the charter was from the city when we got started, and also the accountability and having to give monthly invoices about every single event that you've helped promote or property business owner that you've helped usher to the right people at the city of Encinitas. And I think the bigger question of what you're asking is you would like to be prepared for future asks from the organizations about what they might need, and specifically around the grant funding program. So the way that the Main Streets are set up is as nonprofits to be entrepreneurial and to seek grant funding and also do their own business generating activities like the farmers market. So with this, $35,000 is a lot of money for the city to give, but it represents just a portion of the overall budget. And so I would encourage you, I'm not in favor of holding this up tonight because it is really important that we approve it before the fiscal year end. And that would have really big impacts to the organization. Plus, I don't see any of our executive directors here tonight, and I think it's important that they get the chance to weigh in. So I'm not in favor of not approving this tonight. I hope we can approve that. But I'd also encourage you to go to the Main Streets and meet with them and get an idea for each one, because part of the reason why we do have the 3 Main Streets and the Chamber is because we don't have an economic development department here in the city of Encinitas. So the $100,000 that would just be a starting salary for that role is distributed amongst the different communities. So having that economic driver be based within the communities, it allows each community to have their own different feel and program. So it is important that they operate separately but work together. So it's going to take a lot. Probably have to go to each one individually to find out what the answer to your question is.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, I'm not in favor of pulling this either, so there won't be a second on that from me. And I would, if there isn't a second, I'd be prepared to make a motion to approve it. But I've done a lot of thinking and talking with our staff, but also our community about economic development here in Encinitas. And we now do have our new executive, Portland Bates, who's assigned our economic development and sitting right there to respond to any questions we have. But we've also addressed this a little bit in the Cultural Tourism Committee, which Mayor Kranz and I co-chair. And what I've learned is that this is a very small amount of money to leverage the economic development opportunities that are here in our community. These 4 entities are our engines for economic development. They're tied to tourism, they're tied to business success. These are the ways our economy does develop. These are our strengths in this community. And I think that this investment is quite modest for the benefit we get out of them. That's it.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, and in no way was I questioning the funding or what they do with it or any of that. It was really a policy question for the board, and how do we allocate our money, and are we, and the assistant city manager made the point that Cardiff, we increased it from historically 20,000 to 30,000, increased by 10,000 for the Cardiff Farmers Market, which I support personally, and my wife supports very heavily. But the grant, the community grant that we gave them allocated earlier this year was for the Cardiff market, for the Cardiff Farmers Market. And so it was a confusion point. And I thought, we're the policy board, we should set policies. The policy could be, and I think Mayor Kranz has shown that we will support individual projects beyond the scope of this main MOU. And I'm okay with that. But I thought it was worth having that policy discussion because going into it with the initial report, we didn't have the history, and that information came late. And I thought I wanted to understand, where were we on funding before, over the last 5 years? Where did we go? And I thought that one of the points in the email that we got today was that Chamber is getting more, but then again, it's serving the entire city, including D4, where the others are all along 101. And so, and historically, the numbers were more significantly smaller on 101 than the Chamber, and I wanted to understand what the policy that this board was anticipating. So I do not intend to hold it up at all. I understand the MOU, and they have bills to pay in brick and mortar, and I appreciate the comments but it was really more of a question for us and what we think and how we want to allocate our money and control our funds. So with that, I'll move approval of 8I.
I would second it with a friendly amendment to add a direction to staff to bring back a item that looks at the council policy with regard to these organizations and the relationship with economic development and the ability to establish metrics for the value that we get in return for these investments that we make.
And I wholeheartedly support that amendment to my motion.
We were going to have that conversation. You pulled this item, which was on consent because it is somewhat routine and important. But, you know, raising the issue is, got that added to this motion. So
Okay.
I think we're ready to vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Hensy voting no.
Okay. We are now on to item 10A, which is the consideration of a timely appeal. It's a public hearing. The appeal was filed by Chandra Slavin on May 18th. It's an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a major use permit and coastal development permit to allow the removal and replacement of the existing parking lot pavement to construct a new parking lot area beyond the existing failure plane on the bluff at Beacons Beach and temporary construction staging area in the parking lot located at 948 Neptune Avenue. And this is, as I mentioned, a public hearing. So I will go through the instructions for a public hearing. There's a staff report that we'll hear. We will ask the city council to disclose any other information they received that is not included in the staff report. And we'll go through some preliminary questions. We'll open the public hearing and hear from the appellant first for 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes, including any representatives, attorneys, engineers, et cetera. And then the applicant goes next for 10 minutes, with the presentation, including any representatives of applicant, attorneys, engineers, et cetera. We will hear from public speakers. We will then go to rebuttal by the applicant for 5 minutes. We'll have 5 minutes of rebuttal by the appellant. And then it's likely we will close the public hearing for council discussion and action. So with that, we are on the stage where we have, on the step where we have staff report.
Do we do disclosures first, or is that later?
Disclosure after the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you indicated, this is an appeal of the Beacons Beach parking lot project. It's a timely appeal filed by Chandra Slavin on May 18th, 2023. The appeal number is 6269-2023, and it's related to case multi 5456-2022. Basically, it's the replacement of the existing parking lot pavement out there at Beacons and a configuration of the parking lot itself to move 7 feet past the failure plane that's been identified in the geotechnical reports. The location, we're familiar with it. It's off of Neptune here at 948 Neptune, within essentially the residential neighborhood. The parking lot sits essentially on the bluff with a pedestrian trail that meanders down to the beach itself. The zoning is split zoned, so essentially the brown coloration here is residential 11, and then the open space park zone is westerly of the lot. The lot actually is long up to the north as well as to the south. It's a fairly large parcel that is owned by the state. And the scope of work remains east of the mean high tide line, so the coastal permit is within the city's jurisdiction. And this shows Beacons itself, more or less the current condition with the trail meandering down towards the beach. This is the current condition of the parking lot. This is looking south from the bike area, and then this is also looking south kind of through the parking lot and the access points. This is looking north towards the bike rack, the signage, and then the adjacent residence. And then another kind of shot looking south, kind of through the parking lot itself. So on May 1st, 2022, a bluff failure occurred at Beacons Beach, the north end. On May 2nd, 2022, staff contacted the California Coastal Commission to pursue an emergency coastal development permit for immediate and temporary closure of Beacons Beach. On June 29th, 2022, the Planning Commission reviewed and approved case number multi 5151 2022, and that was related to the Scripps monitoring application for the installation of inclinometers and other related monitoring equipment for the potential seismic condition there that was going on. On May 4th, the Planning Commission reviewed and approved the current case for the Beacons parking lot. And essentially, the permits that are before you are a major use permit for basically the development of a parking lot, as well as a coastal development permit. And basically what we're doing is replacing the existing 26 stall parking lot, moving it past the failure plane and creating a new parking lot that meets current standards, consistent with the parking design manual of the city, including double hairpin striping, wheel stops, parking stall widths, and ADA improvements. And this shows the current condition of the parking lot in its configuration with Neptune Avenue here to the east. Here's West Leucadia Boulevard. Essentially, it's one way, and then you enter the parking lot here at the north end and circulate through the parking lot back out this way. And once again, you'd pass it north on the east end here. The bike rack currently is in this location, and the stalls are kind of at an angled that don't meet current standard today. The failure plane is identified here in the dash line, essentially through this location. And then the proposed parking lot is as this plan here. So essentially, we have the 15 stalls shown here to meet the current design manual standards. And the failure plane is essentially in this location right here. So basically the parking is behind the failure plane. You can see the dash line that kind of curves through here. This will be brought up to ADA compliance. The bike racks essentially would be reinstalled in this location. One-way traffic through the new parking lot, exiting, and then back onto Neptune to have basically another pass at the a parking opportunity, and then once again back out. You could either come right back out down Leucadia Boulevard or head north towards one of the other streets north. This just shows some of the side profiles, just so you can kind of see essentially the new sidewalk widths, where the pavement would be removed. This shows kind of the failure plane, and then essentially where the parking spaces would be moving back. This would be the temporary staging area for the construction, and is estimated that the access will remain open during construction through the fence. Essentially, you'd be able to come kind of through this area here and then down to the path to access the beach while it's under construction. And I think we said construction was about, what, 40 some odd days anticipated?
Yeah, 30 to 40 days.
30 to 40 days for the actual removal of the pavement and construction. AECOM, the city's geotechnical and civil consultant, submitted a geotechnical report before and after the landslide for the current scope of the parking lot pavement removal and replacement configuration. This includes the associated pathways, fencing, and park amenities that will be put back in place. GeoPacifica is the city's third-party geotechnical consultant. They've reviewed both reports and concurred with the findings and methodology. And so, as we indicated, a timely appeal was filed by Chandra Slavin, and there were 16 main points. These are the points, so mainly dealing with public access, must be a long-term solution, contesting American with a Disability Act's violation, some CEQA exemption points, violation of the Coastal Act, stormwater discharge concerns, ongoing lack of beach nourishment for Beacons Beach, piecemealing decision-making, loss of public parking, and then issues related to the state lease, constitutionality rights, increased foot traffic with no sidewalks or walking path, stabilization of parking, geologic background, and then lack of project-specific geologic analysis, and stabilization of parking area instead of removal, and then questions related to the CPP meeting that was conducted by the city. So as it relates to the first point, dealing with public access as the long-term solution, the proposed project will maintain access to the public beach as well as provide public parking to access the beach in a safe and healthy manner by moving the parking lot improvements beyond the geotechnical failure plane. The second one related to ADA violations. The proposed project complies with Chapter 11B of the California Building Code and ADA accessibility with the project proposed improvements. The CEQA basically is exempt per chapter or section 15311 and 15304. 15311 basically exempts the construction or replacement of minor structures, including small parking lots. So it fits within that class, as well as 15304 exempts temporary construction staging areas. The Coastal Act violation, basically the project does not alter or propose changes to the existing drainage networks currently in place. The proposed project will reduce the quantity of water flowing to the existing drainage networks. This one relates to the discharge of stormwater. The proposed project complies with current stormwater drainage standards. Citywide flooding maintenance is outside the scope of this project. Related to beach nourishment, basically this isn't related to the Army Corps storm damage reduction project or any beach nourishment project, just simply a parking lot moving back. Piecemeal decision-making. The projects that were indicated in this section were different projects, specifically case number 18185 had a parking lot in there, but that was a different case. That project did not pass. It was denied by the Planning Commission on December 6, 2018. And per section 3074-140, reapplications, basically a project must wait 1 year from the date of a decision to refile. And so obviously this is far after that, so it complies with the code. Loss of public parking. So the loss of 11 stalls from the existing 26-stall parking lot to construct the proposed 15-stall parking lot is a minimal in light of the imminent health and safety concern. Additionally, the existing stalls do not comply with the current parking design manual or American with Disabilities Act requirements. Related to the lease, there were concerns related to the actual current lease that the city has. The project basically is consistent with that lease agreement that we have to basically maintain the premises there with Leucadia State Park. Related to constitutionality rights, the project proposes a relocation of a parking lot and sidewalk from the bluff edge due to health and safety related concerns. No improvements are being proposed to manage or prevent the continuous erosion of the bluff face. And then related to increased foot traffic with no sidewalks, the reduction in parking at the Beacons parking lot is proposed for health and safety concerns. The existing pedestrian connections, other than the pedestrian path of travel just east of the parking lot on Neptune Avenue, are not part of the project. It's simply just moving this parking lot back, maintaining the pedestrian connection or trail that's adjacent to Neptune. Stabilization of the parking area instead of removal. So there's minimal soil disturbance with this project. Basically, the grading activity includes 247 cubic yards of cut, 33 cubic yards of fill, and 214 cubic yards of export. And once again, both sides of the geotechnical reviews and reports have determined, pre and post landslide conditions and have concurred with the methodology being proposed. Geologic background, so I think this is kind of the same thing related to just the removal, and both geotechnical engineers have concurred with the safety of what's proposed. Let's see, lack of specific geological analysis. AECOM completed a geotechnical report. Like I said before and after, I think this is essentially the same again. The report included the review of all associated pathways, fencing, and park amenities that will be removed and reinstalled, and GeoPacifica has reviewed and concurred. And then this is stabilization of the parking lot. So the scope is basically just removing the parking lot. It's not referring to actual stabilization of the lower toe as an alternative means. Related to the CPP, or citizen participation concerns, the city conducted a CPP meeting in accordance with Section 2306. All owners within 500 feet were notified. During the CPP meeting, staff basically described the proposed parking lot changes and then had a supplemental meeting related specifically to this case on August 16th, 2022. And basically all CPP and Planning Commission meetings referenced in the appeal were legally noticed, consistent with applicable provisions of the Encinitas Municipal Code. And so with that, the proposed project is consistent with the general plan, local coastal program, and Encinitas Municipal Code. The project as conditioned would not have a significant effect on the environment. In addition, all required public improvements and utilities are available to serve the proposed development. The Beacons Beach parking lot is being relocated as it relates to health and safety concerns that have been confirmed and by the geotechnical reports made a part of the record, and as reconfirmed by the Planning Commission on May 4th, 2023 with a unanimous approval. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt Resolution 2023-73 denying the appeal, thus affirming the Planning Commission's decision approving the major use permit, coastal development permit, for the associated parking lot improvements at Beacons Beach. And so this concludes our presentation, and staff's available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will ask council to disclose any other information they've received that is not included in the staff report.
Nothing to report.
I had one thing, that I was vice chair of the Planning Commission during the December 2018 case number 18-185, where we considered the moving of the parking lot. I think was a different move, bigger, and also a stairway. The Planning Commission ultimately denied the action that night, but primarily based on the elevated stairway. We did thoroughly discuss the parking lot, the fault line location, the accuracy to which they could determine the fault line location, and that was all in that public record and staff report, and I will probably ask clarifying questions tonight of staff.
I have nothing to disclose.
I have nothing to disclose.
I have nothing to disclose. So that takes us to preliminary questions. Let's see here. Councilmember Ehlers.
So I'll go back to 2018, and I assume the fault hasn't moved. My main question, it was for GeoPacifica at the time, was how did you determine where exactly the fault was, and how did you know you had it within enough accuracy that when moving or removing the parking lot, you were removing enough of it, but not too much of it that it's so far? So could you comment on evidence that shows there is a fault line and how you know where it is and the accuracy to which you know it?
Yes, I can do that. Good evening. I'm David Shug, engineering geologist with AECOM. And as you mentioned, I've managed all the geotechnical work here at Beacons for the city. So we were asked, going back to 2003, to perform what's called a failure plane analysis. And this is specified in the city's coastal bluff zone. And the wording is very good, and so I want to tell you, the bluff slope failure plane analysis, what this requires is you need to do an analysis to identify the potential daylight of a failure plane behind the top of the bluff. And so you need to look at all types of instability, deep, shallow. You need to demonstrate against a factor of safety of 1.5. So that's a generally accepted geotechnical standard for public safety. And so we did that. In fact, we did geotechnical analyses in 2003, 2014, 2016, and we updated them in 2018. So we've done many analyses. We look at the bluff geometry and its topography. We drilled geotechnical test borings. We installed monitoring wells so we know what groundwater is. We analyze the material strengths so we know how strong the materials are and how they can resist the forces that want to take the bluff down. We looked at seismic forces. So doing all that, we determined that the upper bluff is within a zone of potential instability. And it varies. It varies along the edge of the bluff, and it varies because the thickness, the depth of the landslide varies. So we've looked at it again and again, and we run these, we run standard geotechnical analyses that are industry proven, and they make thousands of iterations. I mean, we plug these things in and they run, it does this in minutes, so it doesn't run all night, but I mean, many analyses are used to predict this potential failure plane. So that's how we recommended the setback for the parking lot behind the failure plane.
And so the only thing you didn't go into is the accuracy with which you think you can predict it, and is there a measure, a distance of buffer that you've allowed for in the current proposed project?
So have we put, say, a buffer on top of the buffer? Say, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, you know, is it likely to be where it's located plus or minus a foot, 2 feet, 10 feet? In other words, with a bigger failure of the lower bluff, could it go further back? And how do you predict, or how much variation do you expect? The testimony that GeoPacifica, I believe, gave in 2018, that he knew within 1 to 2 to 3 feet where that failure point would be. And so he expressed confidence. And I just wanted to make sure we get that evidence out here tonight.
I would agree with GeoPacifica's assessment. Again, it's an analysis, it's a prediction, and it's a best estimate, and it does vary. And the analysis the city requires, you look at shallow, you look at deep. Failures could be even deeper, but those have adequate factors of safety. We're concerned with factors of safety of 1.5, so we look at an area that bounds all of those back analyses. It's like you picture the back of a landslide. If you saw the news, I'm diverging here a bit, but if you saw the newsreels of the failure in San Clemente, the landslide that encroached and took out the back of that famous restaurant, the Casa Romantica or such. And so that was a failure plane. That failure plane came up under the back edge and daylighted on the slope. So that's exactly what we're trying to predict here at Beacons.
So last question, is there actually a fault at that point? In other words, if you put a borehole through it, would you actually in the core see the fault?
No.
Okay.
Okay. I'm wondering, I searched high and low for, the experience of sunset at Beacons is somewhat religious and very important to the community. And I couldn't get a sense from these drawings what it's going to be like there after this project is completed, assuming that it moves forward. I see there's a DG path. Does the railing stay in its current location and people will be able to stand at the edge of the railing, similar to what they're currently doing?
So if you kind of see along the shaded area would be where it is today. Actually, let me go back so you can see the existing here.
Is the guardrail staying?
It's moving back. So everything essentially that is in this location is moving back 7 feet.
So the people will be standing 7 feet further back?
Correct. But there'll still be an ADA pathway with benches. So you'll essentially in this location in front of the parking stalls, just like it is today, would be where you would basically be able to sit and watch the sunset or walk to the connection point at the pedestrian path.
Okay, thank you. So, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Quick clarifying question. It's about geotech engineering, how it's represented. The line that we see on the drawing is a line. I'm understanding it being the projection of the failure plane to the ground level. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That's correct.
And is a failure plane a vertical thing, or is it a slanted thing, or does it vary? Would you know how it's characterized below the ground level in this case?
It's characterized as an arc. It's characterized as an arc, and where it intersects the ground surface, it tends to be vertical. In fact, we saw the daylight of the failure plane just a couple residences south in 1996. There was a fairly large landslide, and the landslide appeared to have enlarged into an adjacent house. And I was out with another engineer, and we could see where the failure plane, the potential failure plane, the failure plane had already failed. The landslide had failed. We could see a tension crack opening up. And this was a clear and present indication that a landslide was imminent. We could probe down and probe down and into the void there. Mm-hmm. So that hasn't happened at Beacons. This is just a geotechnical prediction of how that could occur, and it would involve the failure of materials that haven't failed right now. It's just landslides tend to enlarge, and the upper bluff tends to slough, because it's made up of fairly weak materials.
Thank you.
Councilman Raylers.
Yeah, just one more clarification for staff. The DG path, I think, is shown that it is actually on the west side of the predicted fault, right? And that the parking lot, am I reading that correctly on the drawing that's up there?
Correct.
Yeah, so the people will be standing on the far side, but the concern, and this was the same concern back in 2018, was having cars tumbling down a slope is far more serious and could much more likely cause death. So.
Correct. So the weight is beyond where the vehicle is at the east side of the failure plane.
Yeah,
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That takes us to opening the public hearing, and we will hear from the appellant first for 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Chandra Slavin, and I represent the appellant. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. We respectfully request that the City of Encinitas fix Beacons Beach and not merely a Band-Aid. The city is the leaseholder of Leucadia State Park and must be responsible for the citizens that frequent this beach. The city must create a safe environment by stabilizing the existing parking lot and the associated public access path while maintaining both in their existing footprint. Merely moving back the location of the public parking lot does not address the underlying issues. As a result, this appeal raises a number of substantial issues. Next slide, sorry. One more. Sorry, I should have been watching. Substantial issue 1, violation of the public access doctrine. In carrying out the requirement of section 302.12.5, Public Facilities of the Coastal Act, I quote, "Wherever appropriate and feasible, public facilities, including parking areas or facilities, shall be distributed throughout an area to mitigate against the social and other overcrowding or overuse by the public of any single area," quote. Protecting Beacons Beach through stabilization will ensure that the public will continue to have free access to one of Southern California's strategically located iconic beaches, named one of the most unique beaches in the world, as recently filmed by French TV. Next slide. Substantial issue number 2, illegal wastewater and stormwater diversion. The City of Encinitas planned and requested work to redesign and construct a new parking lot at Beacons Beach raises issues under federal law not addressed by the city. Accordingly, the appellant reserves the right to submit in future hearings and submissions during the appeals process on violations or issues involving the city's requested action, federal law, including but not without limitation, the U.S. Clean Water Act and the EPA regulations promulgated hereunder. This water issue far outweighs the need to reduce the already constrained parking lot. Instead, the funding and permitting efforts associated with the Coastal Commission need to be focused on this long-standing water pollution issue cloaked for years as an emergency that illegally impacts Beacons Beach and the surrounding neighborhoods. And I'd just like to point out there is a video of Mayor Krantz in 2022 detailing this issue further. Next slide. Substantial issue number 3, the need for sand nourishment. Implementing sand replenishment is imperative to establish what's called soft armoring that safeguards Beacons Beach against further erosion and potential landslides. Leucadia has been paying TOT tax for the promised sand. According to a recent Army Corps report, it seems that both Beacons Beach and Grandview will not receive sand. In the most recent Beacons Beach plant restoration plan, the community was guaranteed a type of erodible berm to be placed at the shoreline. This was never installed. Next slide. Substantial issue 4, lack of project-specific studies. Before approval can be issued, the city must provide a project-specific geotechnical analysis and additional site-specific studies. No effort has been made to analyze the bluff following the recent storm events earlier this year. And these events we have not seen since 1950. Thus far, the city has only provided older geotechnical analysis to estimate an implied failure plane related to other proposed projects. Further, to determine impacts, the City of Encinitas must require additional CEQA analysis, including noise, air quality, traffic, water quality, and habitat studies. Next slide. Substantial issue 5, CEQA inconsistency. The project is not exempt from CEQA. Beacons Beach is an 18,500 square foot parking lot. It is not insignificant by any CEQA standards and does not fall under the CEQA definition of exemption 15311. And let me read that, what that is. 15311, accessory structures, class 11, consists of construction or placement of minor structures accessory to existing commercial, industrial, or institutional facilities, including not but limited on-premise signs, small parking lots, etc. Again, this is not a small parking lot and is not adjacent to an existing commercial, industrial, or institutional facility. Next slide. Substantial issue 6, stabilization of parking area instead of removal. The city of Encinitas has completed exhaustive studies for stabilizing Beacons Beach. Please refer to the March 8th, 2017 report drafted by Ed Dean. In that, alternative 4C was agreed upon, funded, and never acted upon due to the council's support for surf riders lobbying for managed retreat instead of the Ed Dean planned stabilization. I quote, "The alternative involving slope rebuilding with an erodible soil concrete toe was identified as the highest ranked stabilization approach in that study," quote. Managed retreat is an antiquated idea, and we do encourage Encinitas to adapt a more progressive approach made by other cities such as Newport Beach and Malibu. Next slide. In conclusion, we urge you to revisit the brilliant City of Encinitas Ed Dean Plan 2018 in installing an erodible berm. We encourage you to support the Fragile Bluff, Leucadia State Park, Beacons Beach, and all the people who frequent the beach. Bringing sand and completing an all-encompassing project for Beacons will improve this area for both safety and for all those in this beloved area. Therefore, we respectfully request that the CDP be denied due to the number of substantial issues raised this evening. Thank you for your time.
Tony, I had a question. I have a question for him. Not now?
That'll come after.
Later, okay.
Okay, moving on to the applicant. 10 minutes. I don't know if you have 10 minutes of info to add.
I mean, I think we've already kind of made our points, so we're available for questions.
Yep. Okay, so that doesn't leave you, okay, so here, that means we move on to public speakers.
Yes, we do have 4. The first speaker is Roberta Slowakowska, followed by Mitch Silverstein, Jim Jaffe, and then Michael Conway.
Good evening, honorable members. Thank you for leaving me this opportunity to speak to you. First, I wanted to just make a note that we did have an email from wonderful Mr. Shug that stated, how can this be a 30-year emergency? He actually was talking to the other people in the council. We received that letter, and what we want to do is make sure that we don't rush. We all want safety, and we all want it to be correct. The city contacted DUDEC to plant on Beacons Beach, and the hydro seeding was, going to build an erodible berm at toe of the bluff. DUDEC hydro seeded without seeds, and this was noted by consultant geologist at the beach. We wondered why there was no plants. DUDEC came back and hydroseeded again with seeds, but as soon as the plants were coming up, they ripped the plants out. Because they said they weren't native. I don't know how they plant seeds that aren't native when that's their job. The berm has not been installed at the toe of the bluff. So before you start any other project, complete this one. Since 2000, we've requested a drainage plan for the parking lot and for Neptune 101. The city cannot continue to dump polluted water from 101 and pump storm drain water with human feces, with rat poison from the parking lot at the restaurants at 101, and use the alley at the parking lot to vent it up into the ocean. I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. Mr. Krantz, we saw you on a video reprimanding Mayor Stokes years ago. Now you must make good with the knowledge and fix the problem. You know what the problem is. Bing's Surf Shop on 101 now has a sinkhole under the shop due to flooding and standing water, and that has undermined the building because there's no drainage. The ocean is not a dumping ground, and while it is great to get rid of plastic bags, it is a priority to care for the ocean creatures, birds, and humans that frequent Beacon's iconic habitat, poison-free. Beacons has been named one of the most beautiful, iconic beaches in the world due to its trail. We need sand on the beach, and we paid the TOT tax for many years. Recently, French TV came and filmed Beacons, and they said it was one of the most unique beaches in the world. We don't see it. We're going to create a managed retreat, let it fall. No, we can't let it. We are looking to partner with them. The city has become more progressive, must become more progressive and connect with Malibu and Newport, and there is funding available. There is funding available from the Fed and other sources. So we're not asking you to just pay for this.
Thank you.
We have access.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, my name is Mitch Silverstein.
You can raise that up if you'd like. Push that button like that. You're a little taller. Because we do need to have you speak into that microphone.
You got it.
And I don't want to see you get a sore back.
Okay, I might need another 10, 15 seconds if needed.
Yeah, we'll start it
Probably
over.
not. Okay, thanks. Honorable Mayor, City Council, my name is Mitch Silverstein. I am the San Diego County Policy Coordinator for the Surfrider Foundation. Our mission is to protect and enjoy our world, we'll say San Diego County's ocean, waves, and beaches for all people through a powerful activist network. Appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Surfrider supports the staff recommendation to deny the appeal and allow the parking lot relocation plan to move forward, or technically landward, backward. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's just to move it forward. We think staff did a great job responding to the appellant's grounds for appeal in the staff report, and tonight agree with all their findings that none of the issues raised are relevant or appropriate to this project. The appeal follows a pretty clear pattern of behavior from a very small group of a couple people who consistently oppose, appeal, basically throw the book at you for any project at Beacons that doesn't include coastal armoring or seawalls of some sort. Despite whatever motivates their desires, Surfriders consistently advocated against armoring at Beacons because of the clear negative effects it has on the beach. Look no further than the armored stretch of bluffs on either side of Beacons. The beaches are eroded and they become unwalkable at higher tides. And if you didn't, anyone who didn't know that learned it last May when Beacons was closed due to a slide because we had to go to Grandview instead, and you couldn't really even get to Beacons at a high tide. Anything similar to those seawalling at Beacons would rob the beach of a natural sand replenishment source, increase erosion of the existing beach area and surrounding beaches. The result would be, at best, temporary protection of the existing parking lot and bluff trail, coupled with a narrowing beach that's eventually drowned completely by an encroaching ocean. Additionally, the Leucadia State Beach General Plan prohibits seawalls specifically at the beach and recognizes that sea cliff retreat is a natural process that cannot be permanently stopped. The city has an obligation under its park maintenance agreement to adhere to that general plan. This parking lot is clearly a safety hazard at the edge of an eroding bluff on top of an active landslide plain, and moving it back 7 feet is a sensible action to take some pressure off the bluff top. I don't think anyone's happy about losing parking spots. It's not a good situation, but it's better than losing access to the beach altogether. Our main interest is protecting the beach and protecting safe access to the beach at Beacons. This project's a step in the right direction. We appreciate the plans for additional native plant landscaping on the bluff, consistent with the beach general plan, and the Planning Commission's addition to ensure the bike stations have room for bikes with surf racks as well. That was a good recommendation one of the residents had. So yes, please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Hello, Jim Jaffe. I'm co-lead of the Beach Preservation Committee of the Surfrider Foundation San Diego County chapter. I've been a volunteer with this chapter for 27 years, mainly helping with beach preservation issues. I also have a background in engineering, took some coastal and ocean engineering classes at University of Florida as well. Dr. Shug, or Mr. Shug's analysis, I wholeheartedly agree with. They did take cores that they determine a factor of stability, which is what engineers do to determine the failure plane or likelihood of a failure within a certain area, and that they've given you the dimensions on that, and you can make the findings that you need to remove this area to make it safer. I think that's a no-brainer. It's been a no-brainer for quite some time. It's unfortunate it's taken us all the churn that this project has gone through over the years. I've been involved with it all the way back to 2003 when the first seawall was proposed, and we raised the issue about the general plan from the state of California for this park, which specifically prohibits any kind of armoring. So you can't do what they're asking you to do without violating the general plan of that park. And the councils in the past have been told that multiple times by both state parks and the Coast Commission and us. Another thing, the credibility of these appellants, they can't even spell Surfrider correctly. Our name is one continuous word, Surfrider. And I take offense to them not taking the time to do that correctly. Getting back into my points here, when you have to weigh factors within the Coastal Act about what to do, losing parking spaces versus losing beach access, as Mitch said, you're going to cause a narrowing beach if you did armor it, if you did try to violate that general plan of the state park. The Coastal Act has guidance on that, and you look at sections 30200 and 30007.5, which tell you when there's a conflict within the Coastal Act, which could be parking to making that bluff safer, preserving beach access. You should do the thing that's most protective of coastal resources. Building a seawall or preserving parking is not the most protective thing of coastal resources. Preventing the construction of a seawall is the most protective thing of coastal resources. So I would urge you to deny the appeal, approve the permit, and let's make Beacons a safer place for everybody to visit. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Conway, followed by Matthew Gordon.
Mike Conway, Encinitas. I support the appeal and would like to preserve and maintain the parking lot area in its current configuration. The Planning Commission findings cannot be substantiated because moving the parking lot easterly amounts to vacating public property and will adversely affect the natural resources of the city and also contravenes policy 2.3 of the general plan. If you could put picture number 1 up, please. That's 5. Picture number 1 shows a failure which affected the parking lot sidewalk in February of 19. Picture number 2 shows the repairs that were done to this parking lot approximately 1 month later. Picture number 3 shows the repair work done on the bluff side. This work was done by Western Foundation and is currently in good condition. This is proper maintenance. Number 4 shows the current sidewalk condition in the northern area of the parking lot. Number 5 shows the current bluff side condition in the northern area of the parking lot. The point of these pictures is to show the difference between proper maintenance work and the manner in which the parking lot is currently maintained. No reasonable person would ever accept this type of workmanship, yet this is what's happening. Staff says the parking lot is going to fail, and they're probably right. It will fail if this is the type of maintenance work that is being done. When the temporary shoring is removed, the bluff top is automatically going to retreat to the face of the new proposed sidewalk and will once again threaten the parking lot. The basic outline of the parking lot has not changed in the last 48 years since I have used the lot. Why is it suddenly a priority to move it back? The beach trail, however, has moved all over the face of the bluff and has been repaired many times, usually by citizens with shovel, but those days are over. The prime mover of this project is public safety to prevent a parking lot failure, which might happen. Using this rationale, the beach trail should already be closed, and we should all move from Encinitas because of an earthquake or tidal wave, which also might happen. Obviously, the beach trail will fail before the parking lot, but staff was directed to concentrate on the parking lot. What good is a parking lot without a permanent trail to the beach? This project is putting the cart before the horse. The real problem is stabilizing the bluff. We should be fighting as hard as possible to preserve the existing parking lot rather than saying, well, it's going to slip into the ocean anyway, so why fight? Proper maintenance and bluff stabilization is the right course of action.
Thank you.
Matthew Gordon?
Honorable Council, Mayor, I can see it's a divisive issue, but a couple comments. One, Surfrider isn't a stakeholder, they're a lobbying group, and they published another win for managed retreat. Last time we had a issue here and they allowed the bluff not to be repaired and fought against it. So their motives aren't the same as the people who live in the community. Another thing is that we're not talking about a seawall. It's a small erodible berm that can be done with a bobcat on the bottom, so the bluff is stabilized and then can be at the angle of repose, which doesn't then jeopardize the parking lot because it's not 1-to-1 there, it's 1-to-5, as Dave Shug pointed out. Also, I think that the issue with CEQA is important because the people who wrote this document changed the wording. They removed as an appurtenance to an an industrial building. So they rewrote it to fit this. And I think also that Tony knows, our mayor knows very well, because he fought the city to stop dumping shit into the ocean, literally, because the surfers are covered with red spots after it rains. We have one person that sued because they had a brain encephalitis at one time. I mean, it needs to change. So anyways, the geologic studies by the state parks, by the city, and by the Coastal Commission under the Ed Dean study all say the bluff is in imminent danger of collapse, and it's a danger to life, limb, and property. And the only solution is to stabilize the bluff, and they recommend 4C, which does not deplete the size of the beach, stabilizes the property, and was already funded once, but defunded by Surfrider because they want the bluff to fail and retreat. And the people in the city at that time found themselves going up to other positions in the General Assembly or the state Senate, and we're supported by Surfrider. So I think there's some politics involved, and I'd like to see us do things correctly. We can stabilize the parking lot if you just want to do that with deep soil mixing, with micropiling, and with compaction grouting, a lot cheaper than you can cut it back.
That concludes speakers.
Okay, so now we're to the rebuttal part. Does the applicant want to do any rebuttal?
No, I think we're okay.
Okay, thank you. Rebuttal by the appellant. Did you want to have 5 minutes?
So I think Chandra's the appellant.
Yep, it's perfectly acceptable.
Great, because I left my phone up here, and I would have had not known where it was probably. Clean water, clean air, and safe access to the environment are our most fundamental rights. 2 years before he entered the Encinitas government, our mayor, Tony Krantz, stood before a previous mayor, Jerome Stocks, and the city council and fought for clean water and not dumping refuse into our ocean. The video's on YouTube. The city's plan fails to disclose drainage into the ocean from Vulcan Avenue, Leucadia Boulevard, and the park and the alley and the parking lot from Beacons Beach. This failure to disclose in the city's plan is a material fact and fraud upon the Planning Commission. And the claim that the new parking lot is exempt from CEQA is gaslighting the public. The city's claim that a parking lot is an appurtenance to an industrial building fitting their exemption is dishonest. The city has modified the language of the exemption to make it fit their wish for an exemption. The new Beacons parking lot is not exempt from CEQA. The fact the City Planning Commission announced that the remediation of the parking lot was for managed retreat and supported by Surfriders, their stakeholder, and not the citizens of Leucadia, is a willful act and creates personal liability if anyone is hurt by exposing the upper bluff to eventual collapse. The city's geology studies say the Beacons Bluff is in danger of collapse and a danger to life, limb, and property. And the city is exposing the bluff for failure rather than repairing the bluff. The act, again, is willful, carrying personal responsibility and liability for the Planning Commission, mayor, and council members who vote against the appeal. And just as a note, the study that was done, I believe it has here, the Willard-Clyde study says the upper bluff edge in the area appears to be relatively stable based upon general comparison with the position of the bluff shown in the county subdivision map in 1925 and the recorded survey in 1969. The current bluff edge landward retreat has been comparatively small. So we have a stable bluff there, it appears, and in the last 100 years it hasn't moved, and we haven't had a significant change in it. And the city's geologic studies say that it's not stable as an entire bluff. The 4C, the Ed Dean study, is repairing a community treasure so it is safe and is the only answer. Ed Dean also completed an elegant, low-cost solution for the city drainage issues which haven't been followed, which you might look into. Leucadia has been paying the TOT tax for sand replenishment for 20 years. Where's the sand and what happened to the money? The sand provides for beach tourism and protects the bluff toe so wave action does not undermine the bluff and cause failure. If I wanted to engineer a very dangerous situation at Beacons Beach, I would harvest the kelp, jackhammer the parking lot to remove the existing concrete and asphalt to destabilize the implied fault area. Then I'd turn the cars parked sideways against the bluff face so the weight against the bluff is double what it currently is in the current parking configuration. Then I would move the people who visit the bluff to sit in front of those cars now on an unpaved geologic fault area on park benches. Next, I'd make sure the Beacons Beach did not get sand, so the bluff toe is exposed and undercut by wave action to make sure there's nothing to reinforce and hold the bluff with no kelp bed to hold the existing sand in place. Then the people sitting on those benches, those using the path and the beach would be in position to be harmed by an episodic failure. The city has mismanaged Beacons for about 30 years and now wishes for it to fall into the ocean to please surf riders' agenda for managed retreat. This may be helpful council members, but it's not helpful for people in the community. And the lawyer for 878 and 876 Neptune has written the city and said the angle parking.
Thank you, sir. That actually didn't sound like a whole lot of rebuttal. It was kind of a speech, but we'll give you that broad latitude. And so we are done with the public testimony and the applicant and appellant, and we will now take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. 1,300 signatures from the people in the community to not do this.
Okay, let's get started again. And I think we'll leave the public hearing open for a bit here. We may have some questions from council members from some of the folks out there. So with that, we will start with Councilmember Ehlers.
Okay. I sort of questions, but then comments too. So the first question is about this Ed Dean design 2018. Is that the project and options that were put in front of the Planning Commission back in 2018 and ultimately went to the City Council?
Correct.
And was that it had a erodible concrete berm, but my recollection was it was only for the southern portion of the project. The northern portion, did that have the erodible berm all the way through it?
I believe so. I mean, it's completely, there was parking lot changes as well as potentially the erodible berm, but that was, and the stairwell was all part of that project. So it was basically went before the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
I believe I don't think it actually went to council. It was denied and then never moved forward.
Okay, okay. I think what the council did is they took the money away for the $4 million or so for the what was it? The Las Vegas Skyway to the beach, I think is what one of the public members called it at the time, and there was a lot of opposition to it at the time. So,
right.
And then the small parking lot exception, 24 down. You know, is that to me that's a small parking lot. Unless the small parking lot is one or two, but I wouldn't call that a parking lot. I would call that parking spaces. So,
yeah, it classifies.
Is there any Coastal Commission case law or not case law, but guideline for what is small for that exception?
Not technically. I mean, you think of like Seaside, South Carter State Beach. I mean, that's a large parking lot. Obviously, this is 15 stalls ultimately, or 26 initially. The pavement's essentially the same size, so it's considered a small parking lot by definition.
You said the pavement's the same size as what?
As it, essentially what's out there today. I mean, it's actually getting smaller, the pavement itself. So what is it, 18,000 square feet?
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm just trying to, you know, in my mind, I always thought of it as a small parking lot because it's actually a road and a parking lot. And the parking lot, when you say 18,000, I think you're including the Neptune in that too, or not?
It is, yeah, part of the movement, correct. No?
No, okay, so 18,000 square feet, and,
Yeah, Doug, yeah.
Sorry, it's 18,000, it's being reduced to 15,000.
okay. And personally, I would consider 100,000 being a large one, and this being absolutely more on the small side, because there, you know, it's not that many parking spaces, so. Let's see. And then there was a comment made by the appellant that the bluff edge has been relatively stable since 1925. And my recollection is over the years, and I've lived here 40 years, 39, there's some wooden remnants that are much newer than 1925 that are from failed stairwells, obviously from some type of, any idea when those improvements were put in and when they failed? Because to me, the bluff edge has been not fast, but slowly moving back.
True, agree. The stairway failed when the large landslide destabilized in 1983-84 in El Nino years, and that's the stairway that juts out there. So there has been erosion, and that study was done in 1990. And did not include any stability analyses. I authored it. So you're right, things have changed since then.
Yeah, and I remember in the 2018 reading the State Beach Park general plan, and very clearly there was a policy for managed retreat and against armoring. Am I recalling that correctly? Is that still the state of the beach general plan?
That is mentioned in there. Yes, that's correct.
That's a clear policy in the general plan that we're subject to in maintaining this park.
Correct.
Okay. I'll yield.
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. Just one question for staff. The appellant has raised concerns that the city staff has found, and maybe the planning commission as well, that found beyond the scope of this particular project. Some examples are the stormwater discharge, the erodible berm, the sand replenishment, pedestrian traffic on Leucadia Boulevard, increased parking needs on Neptune, et cetera, right? Are any of those items being addressed by current projects, city or state or federal?
Yes. So for drainage, I know a lot of the issues in Leucadia are obviously beyond the scope of Beacons Beach. There are some drainage improvements underway with the Leucadia Streetscapes project. We just had that large grant awarded with one of the federal agencies. But we do also have, we initiated a citywide floodplain analysis with the Army Corps of Engineers just a few weeks ago as sort of the first step in creating a new citywide drainage master plan. So those efforts are ongoing.
And that's it from that long list I just read.
As it relates to sand nourishment, obviously the Army Corps project's coming in, which is just south of this as it tapers, about 3 or 4 lots south. There's also the regional effort through SANDAG, through the Shoreline Preservation Group. So we just started that process, so we'll be looking at additional sites to potentially nourish, which could include this area and beyond.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. I just had one question, and it's regarding the removal of the asphalt. Will we take any special measures to do this in a way that's sensitive to the plane underneath?
Yes. So if the project is able to move forward, we will direct AECom to make sure our technical specs that will go out to the contractor list, that we put in special provisions that add additional requirements to make sure that the way that they remove the asphalt doesn't disturb the underlying soil.
Okay, that's good to know. And I think something I would add for this project, because it is so sensitive here and there is so much public interest, I think it's really important that we have an inspector who represents the city frequently visiting the site, if it's every day or as close to every day as possible throughout the removal. That would be important to me. And also some communication around it. And so I think, there is sort of, in the times where we have, any project surrounding our beaches is of the utmost importance. And I think having the communication up to date, timely, and easily available is also really important here. So whether that's an ambassador, somebody with qualifications to be talking about the beach and the project and when to expect it to start and end, that all needs to be over communicated. We need to make sure that we're doing that. I see that my other colleagues are lining up to speak, but I'll just provide some thoughts about where I'm at with the appeal tonight. I think that it's really important that the city move forward to grant our application for the removal that we need to do here. Moving heavy autos out of the failure plane, it will extend life not only to the area up top, but also to the trail, which we've seen is very fragile and precious, and anything that we can do to add years of life to the trail and the access that we currently enjoy, I think is really important for us to do quickly. I know there are people on either side of this issue, and I'm sorry that anything ever has to change. I wish it didn't. I wish we always got to enjoy our beautiful beaches in the state that we all treasure them most. But I don't think that's the issue here. We have a tall order. We're up against physics. We're up against some underlying issues here with this beach access point. And I think as soon as we can implement this project, the better. So I'm happy to make a motion at the right time to deny the appeal and approve the application. But I see other commenters.
All right. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, I just had a comment, but it's going to kind of come out as a question to our staff. It plays off of what Councilmember Hinsey was saying about overseeing this place. I think her point was more during construction and making sure we're communicating, but my point is more focused on after we've gone in the direction, if this is what we do to improve the parking in this area. What level of regular maintenance can we expect? That may be a more overarching Parks and Rec or Public Works maintenance question, but I did see some public concern over the condition at different times over the recent history, and I would expect that we would do better. So I just wanted to get some feedback, if I could, from the perspective of how frequently would we go there as a city, make sure everything's in place as it should be, maintain it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so I can't speak to the specifics from Parks and Rec. I don't believe we have anybody from Parks and Rec here, but I can tell you that Travis is here.
Travis is here, yeah.
Yep, here he comes.
Thank you. So the parking lot is actually maintained by Public Works.
I was wondering.
Parks and Recreation actually maintains the trail part of Beacons. So on the trail system, we actually go out there quite frequently and likely daily to go and check on the condition of the trails. And that's something that we can keep an eye out for as well and alert Public Works if we have any issues.
Thank you. I'm happy with that response.
Councilman Raylers.
Yeah, so what we have before us today is an appeal of just the parking lot. And I think, speaking for myself, but I think probably for everybody up here, we all support draining Leucadia properly. We all support not pumping over Beacons and getting out of that situation as early as possible. We all support beach sand. And those are big ticket, big issues. But what is in front of us tonight is the appeal. The appeal had a long list of issues. As I went down each one, I thought staff addressed most of them, and almost all of them, and then the last ones that got addressed tonight for me. I thought the appellant really summed it up in their own, at the bottom of the appeal on page 18 of attachment 2, the appellant states, in summary, the bluff failure plane at the parking lot is non-existent, and no geologic study proves its existence. And I find that is categorically incorrect, and therefore I am going to support or deny the appeal as staff recommended. I'd be happy to second a motion or make a motion, let you second, your pleasure. Oh, perfect, I will second it then. And I think that's enough said then.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Blackwell.
Yeah, I have a couple just additional comments. Beacons Beach, to me, is one of the most beautiful beaches I've ever seen. And I feel like I've seen a few in my lifetime all around the world, but it's something I think about even when I'm not there, because that view is amazing. And I would like to make sure we have beach access and make it available to everyone. I would say I would like to make sure it's safe beach access. And I'll underline that word here, even though I can't do it with a pen. I do underline it in my comments. And that's why I would support this project. I think it is a good place, and moving it back, moving that parking back, will help bring some safety, I think. I would say I read very carefully all the other issues, and I'm newer to the council. I do have some additional work to do to understand those other issues, but they're important to me as well, and you have my commitment to do that, to dig in and understand how we can continue to improve that beach and keep it safe and beautiful for many, many generations to come. So I will also support the motion, but I just wanted to say that there's probably more work to do beyond this project.
Okay, thank you. And before we vote, I would like to say that I appreciate the passion that Beacons Beach brings to this particular conversation. I had that same passion in 2012 when I did that video. I came and spoke before council about stormwater. It may not be totally obvious, but I still maintain that passion. But when you get in this seat, there are different challenges that you don't have to wrestle with when you're out there. Most importantly, the cost of putting in a stormwater system that would alleviate the need to do what we're doing in order to stop flooding from happening. So we'll continue. We've got the $4 million grant. We're going to add some pipe as part of streetscape in the north. I would love to see that pipe extended as far south as possible. I look forward to the day that we have enough pipe in so that we don't have to do what we're doing currently. But it is something that we need to do. So I too find the responses that staff made to the appellant's 13 points is in favor of a denial of the appeal. I will also acknowledge that there were a number of issues, a number of points that were made that didn't necessarily pertain to the parking lot. And again, we need to bring back the question of how we're going to ensure access. And I think that the staircase was something that it's unfortunate didn't get to the council. I think it was the right direction, but ultimately that's something that another council is going to have to decide whether to pursue that again. So with that, let's vote.
Close the public hearing?
Oh, yeah, that too. Closed.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you all. Moving on to item 10B, which is a continuation of a public hearing and consideration of adopting parks and recreation user fee adjustments and establishing the pass-through of actual credit debit card transactions, fees, and recreation software processing fees, and annual CPI adjustments from May 24 of 2023. And we have the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts, Travis Carlin.
Thank you, Mayor Kranz and members of council. Tonight I have our Recreation Services Manager, Margaret Hamer, with me, and then also our Senior Management Analyst, David Listenby. On May 24th, staff presented updated Parks and Recreation fees to the City Council. At the meeting, the City Council received feedback from the San Diego Youth Softball Organization regarding fees and the impacts to the league. The City Council directed staff to revisit fees for athletic user groups, and the hearing was continued to tonight's meeting. Following the May 24th meeting, staff met with members of the San Diego Youth Softball Organization to discuss fee options that the league could potentially support. The league was presented with a proposal that keeps the base hourly fee for unlighted fields at $0. Under this new proposal, no per-player fee would also be assessed for recreational residents. However, it is proposed that resident competitive per-player fees would be set at $5 per player, and non-resident per-player fees would be set at $10 for recreational players and $15 for competitive players. Charging non-resident rates is consistent with all other fees assessed within the Parks and Recreation Department. This is in line with the best practices and our neighboring communities as well. As a reminder, competitive play is defined when tryouts are held or placement in teams is determined by the ability during regular season play or there is paid management or staff. Recreational play is defined as everyone plays and tryouts are not held. Staff also discussed with the league that the actual cost for light use ranges from $20 to $30 per field based on rates and conditions of use. And lights are specific to the youth sports organizations that are scheduled based on actual requests. The updated proposed fee for lights is $7 per hour for all youth leagues. The new recommendation for athletic field decreases San Diego Youth Softball's actual cost to rent city fields by 80% from the original proposal on May 24th. Based on the 2022 numbers provided by the league would pay approximately $11,500 under this model. Staff also made other leagues aware of the modifications to the proposed fees between the last meeting and tonight. In addition, since the May 24th meeting, the department was notified by our provider ActiveNet, which is our registration software, that fees will be increasing. As a result, staff are recommending that the ActiveNet fees move to cost recovery with the exception of senior residents, which would remain at $1. It is anticipated that the $2.50 fee will be increased by 4%. The recommended action before you tonight is this. To adopt the Parks and Recreation user fees as recommended by the Parks and Recreation Commission with the addition of cancellation fees for recreation programs and the adjustment by staff regarding athletic field use fees. Adopt the establishment of pass-through of actual credit card and a debit card transaction processing fees and the permitting processing fees to the registration software effective August 1st, 2023, and that was previously July 1st, 2023. Adopt a fee adjustment each fiscal year by the Consumer Price Index of the San Diego region for the prior calendar year. The CPI will adjust as needed to reflect operational changes beginning August 1st, 2024, and on the first day of each July thereafterward. Approve the City Council Resolution Number 2023-59, titled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Encinitas amending the Parks and Recreation user fees. Timeline moving forward is that if the City Council approves the fees tonight, we would be implementing fees with the exception of athletic field user fees and recreation programs miscellaneous fees. And then along with the fall guide, we would implement recreation program miscellaneous fees. And then in January 1st, 2024, implement athletic field use fees. And then again on July 1st, have our first annual CPI increase. And myself and staff are ready for any questions you have.
Okay, so we are again conducting a public hearing. We just heard the staff report. Now we are going to ask each council member to disclose any other information they received that is not included in the staff report.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose. So do we have preliminary questions? Then we're going to open the public hearing and hear from any speakers.
We do have two, George Heideck, followed by Tiana Heideck.
Good evening, council members. George Haydock, called by the Sea. Something is definitely rotten in Denmark, also known as the city of Encinitas, when its Park and Recreation Department, an absolute essential main cog supporting the physical and mental well-being of its citizens, find it flat-out imperative to reduce themselves to the lowest common denominator, embroiling a financial investigation of a nonprofit youth recreational girls softball organization in order to nickel and dime them in a squeeze to confiscate a weighty sum from their meager treasury. One of the hits proposed is for the San Diego Girls Softball League to suddenly pay $11,500 a year for lighting at the 4 Lake Drive fields currently in use. While scrutinizing what other cities, teams, and associations charge, no stone was seemingly left unturned by the Parks and Recreation Department in discovering this appalling omission encompassing past years. Through the gift of unpaid volunteers, this organization operates on a shoestring budget. Any fee increase creates a tremendous burden on their ability to raise additional funds. As I have recently related, if your astute accounting department could discover a way to finance the controversial bike lane project along Highway 101 to the tune of $1.3 million, they certainly can locate $11,500 for the Girls Softball League. You help the bike lobby, now help the girls. Here's how. This city, through an outrageous public vote, has approved the intolerable operation of 4 marijuana establishments, which, by the way, 10-year-olds can meander near on their unlicensed e-bikes to observe the places. The taxes to be generated must be a gleam in your eyes. Now, here comes your save-the-day moment. The cash that the Parks and Recreation wishes to hijack will not be necessary. A portion of the taxes generated from the perilous pot sales will be set aside to finance the girls' field lights on an annual basis. You should be applauded. Re-election enhanced, ensured. a statue for the mayor. By hook or crook, you have a civic, if not moral, obligation to bail the girls out, either by my suggestions or other methods. You know the money can be found, a drop in your annual bucket. Just think, 350 girls not going around trying to raise money for the league, not in trouble. What a thought. Thank you.
All right. Hello. Good evening, City Council members. I just want to say thank you for kind of coming back to this, circling back. The first meeting we had, considering dealing with all this, I think my general gist was everyone was completely baffled and completely confused. So I'm very happy that a couple people step up and kind of show what's really happening. Again, when we look at like the fees associated, right? Everything was like, yay, that sounds great, until I say a softball league is going to have to pay $50,000, just the softball league. So again, thank you for circling back. I feel like although the Parks and Recreation, we sat down with them, we kind of consulted and figured things out. My general gist is this. In the past, we have waived fees for recreational sports, and I think you guys can continue to do so. I think that my general gist in talking to Travis was they are last man on the totem pole to receive finances. And I believe, I'm trying to be nice here, with how much the city council spends on mindless things that the community does not want, I do believe, like my father said, that you can come up with money to give to the Parks and Rec. Again, we have lots of money coming in from the pot revenues, and I think that's something that you guys have the power to control where that money gets allocated to. And I think that obviously that will be a topic of conversation for you and your city manager of where money needs to be allocated. They're asking for help. They need money. So to nickel and dime taxpayers, that's not the answer. Again, I do believe that you guys can find the ways and means to do this. I don't think it's a good idea for the Parks and Recs to charge a fee associated for recreation sports. Competitive sports is a different scenario. Again, if you guys are unfamiliar with that, please come talk to me. It's a different scenario, okay? But recreation sports, I think in the past, community members had said, hey, these little children represent our community. Let's let them use our fields. And I think that we should continue with that. I don't think that's a big thing. Secondly, when the Parks and Rec gave their presentation, it seemed very quick, like there weren't a lot of numbers up there. And one thing I did appreciate was for Travis to kind of look into our taxes and as a nonprofit and to see what we actually make. So $50,000 would have wiped us out, and you guys, we discussed that. Maybe for other sports, recreation sports, they should do the same and base what they need on that. But again, my view is I think you guys could find the money, and I think you can allocate more money to the Parks and Recreation, which is, you just gave them a big award today. I think we can work together as a community to do that and not charge recreation sports fees.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public speakers.
Okay, so public hearing is closed. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I guess first a question. Which groups are currently exempt, and how many groups are currently exempt from field fees?
Right now, nobody's paying field fees as far as youth sports organizations.
So and how many are there?
There are 8.
8, okay. And I have a list in front of me. It's like the Softball League, Encinitas Express, the both Little Leagues, Pop Warner Rugby, Lacrosse, and Encinitas Express. So the sum total of under the new revised policy, what are the fees for each of those? And some are competitive, some aren't.
Sure. So they range. So are you talking about the overall cost to the league for the year?
Yeah.
So that
Basically,
ranges
what's
based on
the new net?
Sure. So based on their 2022 fees that they, or I'm sorry, their 2022 numbers that they gave us, it ranges anywhere from $1,095 annually for a league, and goes all the way up to $42,140, which is Encinitas Express, which is our most competitive league.
Okay. So, let me throw something out there. I would want to adopt the ability of the council to grant a low or no fee class that meets certain criteria. And I think you hit on some of them earlier. They'd have to be youth sports. They'd have to be 75% or more youth Encinitas youth participants. They'd have to be no tryouts where everybody plays, run by volunteers, and no professionally compensated coaches or league management. Professionally compensated league management. The reason I say that, because right there they're into $50,000, $100,000 and they can afford these extra fees. It would be subject, I would propose it be subject to discretionary approval of the council and probably be reaffirmed each year. And we would also include in the staff report each year how much foregone revenue there would be, just so we keep it all in front of the public and the council. And I believe that would be less than the 8. So I made one rule in there that I know Encinitas Express has professionally compensated. I know the Little League is all volunteer. Are there any other professionally compensated, or the other one was tryouts that are any others where not everybody plays?
There is one other one. Cardiff Soccer League also has competitive leagues.
Okay, so they'd be kind of split, where if they had a volunteer portion, they could do it, or a volunteer / everybody plays portion, they would get the fees waived if we made that choice.
Correct. I do want to point out, however, that the base rate is free for resident players with the exception of lights. So we do kind of have that in this proposal already.
Yeah, but we're talking about the lights are new on right? We don't charge for the lights
Correct.
for these
Right now
8
we don't
today.
charge,
Yeah,
right.
okay. So I'm supportive of continuing that where again, it's primarily Encinitas residents, everybody plays, and we don't have professionally compensated people in the staff. But that's my proposal, is kind of a compromise on top of the revised figures that are in the staff report.
Well, could you describe, on page 3 of the staff report, there's a listing of the athletic field revised, and then a bullet point says assess fees for youth organizations under 2 categories of user groups: youth recreational and competitive or paid management. What leagues would fit in the category of youth recreational?
Sure. So San Diego Youth Softball does have some teams that fall under youth recreational.
Right.
They also have travel teams or competitive leagues where they have to either qualify during their season, or they actually hold tryouts for their league. Correct? Okay.
So and it seems like Express has that, and
Correct.
so almost Little League. Are you considering them youth?
Little League does not have a competitive league.
Correct.
They are recreational in
Correct.
nature.
And so if you were to list, you said 8 leagues, right?
Correct.
How many of those 8 would have components of them as youth? All 8?
All 8 of them are youth sports organizations, and 3 of them do have competitive teams or some teams in
So
competitive nature.
5 will be expressly in that youth recreational, 0 hourly rate, $10 non-resident player fee per season, $7 hourly light fee.
Correct.
Okay. And, okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons, because I cut in there.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you. I wanted to thank our speakers for sticking with us and informing us through the process of this coming forward in the public setting. And I think it's been really valuable to the process. What I'd like to say are a few things that I am supportive of. One is being that I work in an area that's associated with Parks and Rec and programs. I come to this believing that it's reasonable to charge. It's a reasonable expectation by the public to pay a fee for, especially the competitive programs. I also want to note that it's been decades since we've visited this topic here in the city, and so there isn't a history of a recent history of increasing our fees. I do want to say that I also think it's appropriate to essentially provide local residents with some breaks on those fees and really put the burden on the non-residents. I think it's really difficult to get this just right, so we're working towards threading that needle, and these are the kinds of things that I am supportive of. So I'm happy to see we've moved in that direction. I also see that this is a very small portion of the actual cost to the city, which is fine. It should always be a small portion, but it's not an incredibly large burden overall on our residents to have this increase. Let's see, another point I want to make is we've worked with San Diego Youth Softball, which is wonderful, as I said, and thank you. The only kind of hesitation I might put forward right now is with the CPI increase in the future. I might want to say then that this looks like a reasonably negotiated way forward that I see here in front of us, but we might be a little bit more prudent to say, let's see how it's going in a year, and then define how we move forward. So I did want to put that forward. And then I wanted to conclude my comments by saying I think our Parks and Rec department is the jewel of our city. I think I'm maybe a little biased, but we do amazing things, and we try to do the best we can with the amount of money that we do have. I'm always in favor of more funds for Parks and Rec, and it's a bias I think I have. But I always try to measure that and judge that against all the other needy programs we have here at the city too. But we do a really good job to be the best we possibly can to our community, and I'm in support of this moving forward to help us be a little bit more in pace with what other cities are doing and what's expected by the public. That's it for my comments.
Okay, well, I appreciate your comments, but I see it a little differently. And as I stated at our last meeting, I think continuing the no cost for resident youth recreational program is important. And so I appreciate the work that you did to bring back this proposal. The only thing I would suggest we modify is that under the youth recreational, that the $7 hourly light fee not be charged, because a lot of these leagues, frankly, are after school, fall, and they have no choice but to use lights. So I would consider adding a cost if the fields are unused and the lights are on. So that is something that I would support. But everything else, I would move we approve, with the exception of that $7 hourly light fee for youth recreational, and substitute a charge for unused fields that are lit. Hearing no second, we will continue with the discussion.
I would second that motion. I'd be curious to know the hesitation from my colleagues.
Well, and I think my only hesitation is I'm not sure how to assess it. That's the, how do you assess what is
assess the light fee?
The non-use. That was I was thinking of seconding it for discussion, because you heard from where I went. I went 0 to start. So I'm fundamentally in agreement with where you're going, because that is the bulk of those charges.
I'm okay with going with zero. I think one of the challenges that we have is that practices get canceled, the lights stay on, it's a waste of resources without, one of the ideas of this was to create an incentive to either use the fields or give them up. And so I tend to agree that that's important, that we not have the wasted resources.
And I think when, in my proposal originally, I said it would be a discretionary approval annually by the city council, and my thought process in doing that was if there were issues with them leaving lights on during canceled, just because of the practicality of how do you charge them a per night fee and prove that it's just going to be an enforcement difficulty, I think, for Parks and Rec.
Maybe the director could speak to that.
Sure. There's two issues before us by charging competitive a fee while we do not with recreational. It's going to take staff to go out and determine who's on the fields at what time. So that's one issue. The other one is we don't have staff that are monitoring lights. We have the lights program that they go off when the request ends. When we find out about the lights is when we have residents call us and say that lights have been left on like they were 2 weeks ago.
So the whole hourly light fee thing is a bit of a challenge because you may have, of the 4 fields, you may have the San Diego Youth Softball is using 1 field or 2 fields, and that's all you know, or?
Right. So by charging $7 across the board, we do not have to decipher if they have a competitive league out there, if they have a recreational. We can simply compare the permit to the permitted time to our light report and be able to charge them accordingly.
So I think we have a
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yeah, I have a question for Director Carlin. So you mentioned for the youth softball league that their fee would go down from around $50,000 to $11,500. Do you know how much of that is due to the calculation for the lit fields? Is that a substantial part of it?
So I do have that breakdown. So their light fee based on 2022 figures would have been $9,793, and then their per player resident competitive would have been that $1,030, and then their per player non-resident recreational and competitive would be $1,165. So the majority of it is their light fee that they would pay.
Okay, thanks for answering that.
Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you. So giving it some thought, and thank you for the explanation of a few things, I would lean towards supporting that, but this motion that's currently on the floor. What I see is that this is a step forward into the realm of charging fees, and I think we perhaps as a group want to go more carefully down that road than originally thought, and so I'm okay with that. So I just want to say that. And then I just want to ask a question having to do with the recommended action. It hasn't been brought up as a part of this motion yet, but it goes back to the Consumer Price Index. When you put the Consumer Price Index statement in, the staff recommendation, adopt a fee adjustment each fiscal year based on the CPI of San Diego region for the prior year. Does that mean everything that's a zero fee now remains a zero fee, or that's how it's interpreted?
If it's zero fee, it would not go up, correct.
Okay, so just anything that is a positive number in a fee category would be adjusted.
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
So it's the light fee that we're kind of having a challenge with, and you know, George has raked us over the coals, and you know, that's his nature. And honestly, the amount of money that we're going to collect from this $7 hourly light fee to me is hardly worth the energy. And so my motion, I would amend to eliminate the hourly light fee and then go from there.
I accept that as the seconder of the motion.
Can you clarify then what the motion is? I'm now in backwards on it.
It's all the fees as proposed with the exception of the hourly light fee for youth organizations in both user groups. Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, just to clarify, because I think I'm getting closer and closer to where you are. This would only, this waiving of the fees would only apply to the 8 groups that we have today?
Yes.
Okay. And would we reapprove that each year so that we could enforce any, or at least remind them of, don't waste the energy, the lights, if we get reports of.
Yeah. Well, so, one of the things that I would suggest is that we bring this back annually at the point where we're adjusting for the CPI. We give the leagues an opportunity to speak to the issue, and we take any recommendations that staff has in terms of adjustments and go from there.
Perfect.
I don't think we need a study every time, but,
No.
Especially in this particular instance where we are continuing this legacy rec sports residents, no cost.
Yeah, so there were 2 concepts in there that I very much agree with. One is bringing back the CPI index to be voted on by the council. It'll be a guideline, but not enacted until the council adopts it. And then number 2 was the continued waiving of those fees for these youth recreation sports, or I should say recreation and competitive sports, would be contingent upon approval by the council and under consideration of putting the fields to good utility in a fair and equitable way throughout, for all organizations.
I think you've summarized it well. That's not the motion. I mean, we don't have that whole thing in there, but I think we are in agreement on.
Okay, good.
Yep.
So then I'm supportive of the motion.
I'm just going to be real clear. The motion is staff recommendation.
Yep.
With the hourly light fee for both youth recreational and youth competitive, with the light fee eliminated, and then also including direction to staff to bring back the annual CPI index increases to the city council before implementation.
Yeah, and I think it should be in June, as part of the budget process, separate from the budget, but as part of that conversation. Yes. So.
And do we want to put anything in there about the lights and?
No, I think we put it in there by talking about it a
Okay.
lot. And, Travis, please convey to the leagues that this is something that we had a little heartburn over empty fields with lights on.
Yeah.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, George, you win a few.
Thank you, Tony. The only other motion I ever won here was when the Yankees wanted to use Saxony Road, given away for perpetuity for agriculture, build houses, and we beat them on it.
Good job.
The only
All right. Well, sleep well, George.
Good night.
Okay, we are with the item 10C, our commission.
And we have no public speakers at this point.
Oh, seriously?
Have no public speakers on this item. We do have, this is a public hearing, however, so we will hear a brief staff report. We will ask council to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report. We'll ask preliminary questions. We'll open and close the public hearing, and then we will have council discussion and action. And Portland, did you hear me say brief? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz, City Council, staff, and members of the public. Thank you. I'm going to be introducing, I'll be presenting the introduction of ordinance number 202306, adding chapter 2.35 to the Encinitas Municipal Code to establish a Public Health and Safety Commission. At the May 11th, 2022 City Council meeting, The City Council received the Equity Committee's report and referred the list of recommendations to the City Manager's office to begin working on implementation. The report included the recommended action from the City Manager to form a 7-member Public Health and Safety Commission. At the June 14, 2023 City Council meeting, the City Council voted unanimously to form a 7-member Public Health and Safety Commission with regular meetings scheduled quarterly and special meetings as needed. The Public Health and Safety Commission will be tasked with reviewing local concerns related to police and fire, serve as a citizen's voice in public safety matters, and make recommendations related to mental health community support, issues related to unhoused individuals, communicating and cooperating with city departments, and community groups and citizens. The Commission will prepare an annual report to the City Council and the community on the activities of the Commission. Staff recommends introducing ordinance number 202306 to add Chapter 2.35 to the Encinitas Municipal Code to establish the Public Health and Safety Commission. If the introduction of the ordinance is approved, staff will bring back to City Council for consideration the adoption of the ordinance at the August 9th, 2023 meeting. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Okay, thank you. And I see Captain Lawrence. Are you here to answer questions, or did you have any feedback you wanted to provide?
Thank you, Mayor. We're in full support of this and working with all the stakeholders of the community, but primarily here for questions.
Okay. Very good. I see no requests to speak from my colleagues, so I would move approval of this item.
Disclosures?
What? Oh, yeah, I need to open and close the public hearing. Sorry.
So I'll start, nothing.
Oh, wait a minute, I need to go.
Yeah, nothing to disclose.
Disclosures.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose. Sorry for the beating of the gavel. And now I'm opening the public hearing and closing the public hearing.
And then council, just as a point of clarification, once this comes back to the council for adoption, I will have everything ready. So once it is adopted on August 9th, then I will go out for recruitment. And then we will put the recruitment out for approximately 3 weeks like we do for all the recruitments. Those terms will make them, they'll be appointed early, but we're going to make those terms coincide with all the other commissions, so they'll expire in March of every year. And then obviously we'll be staggering some of those terms when you make those appointments. And so let's get that started.
Okay, then, now may I move
Yes.
approval?
Yes.
I will second that.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you, Portland and Captain Lawrence, for sticking around and keeping it brief. On to item 10D, which is a professional services agreement between the City of Encinitas and Cosmont Companies to provide Surplus Lands Act real estate advisory services for the city's property at 634 Quail Gardens Drive. And we have Planning Manager Anders is going to lead this staff report. And I see we have our housing specialist, Barbara Kotz, here from Goldfarb and Littman. Thanks for joining us. And we have Director of Development Services, Roy Sapow, and I've forgotten your name, I'm sorry.
Patty Anders.
No, not you, I'm talking about the gentleman next to you.
Ken Hira.
Thank you. I'm Ken Hira, President of Cosmont Companies.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Kranz, members of the council, and members of the public. My name is Patty Anders, a Policy and Housing Manager, and I will be presenting the Cosmont Companies contract for L7. As a way of background, on March 22nd of this year, the council directed staff to analyze 2 options for affordable housing project on the L7 site located at 634 Quail Gardens Drive. One minor correction is in the staff report to development option 2. The motion was for a 100% affordable project with upzoning, not a senior project with 60 units. So the process to develop 100% affordable on L7 would be to analyze the site and city zoning requirements, review development conditions with HCD, determine whether to proceed with the Surplus Lands Act process. If the city continues with the SLA process, to proceed pursuant to state law. And if the SLA process is unsuccessful, staff will analyze options directed by council. So retaining Cosmont Companies will analyze the site and options. And Ken Hira of Cosmont Companies is here and will provide a more detailed overview of the SLA process.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As I said, Ken Hira with Cosmont Companies. We've been working with the city of Encinitas for quite some time now on analyzing different opportunity sites with the goal at least to try to achieve a 100% or near 100% affordable housing project. And we've been retained by you all to identify these opportunities. There was a larger list in the past. It got narrowed down. We've had several discussions with council in open and closed session, if you will. And the site that seems to be targeted is Quail Gardens L7, as you all know. An appraiser was hired because it is important to understand the value of the property and the economics of the property, not to mention its impact on how the SLA process can work, and we can talk about that in a little bit. But it was appraised at multiple scenarios, which I think we've talked about with you all in the past. And the property, if there wants to be a lease or a sale of that site, requires the Surplus Land Act process. The Surplus Land Act has been around for a long time. In 2019, there was an amendment to it, 1486, and that's the amendment that really has taken us to the point today where many communities are obligated to first offer to affordable housing developers. And I'll walk through that process. What we're trying to do is to assist you all, continue assisting you, the city, with that process. It's not a linear process. We're in the middle of a dozen different clients and 40 to 50 different parcels of land that are going through either at the beginning, middle, or end of that process. So our services and the proposal we've provided to you all to continue the work would be obviously meeting and talking about some of the due diligence. Can you go back? Yeah. It's okay if you can keep going because I think the site's well known. Really, it's understanding, again, continuing to work with staff and understanding the priorities and the property-specific information. Whenever there's a notice of availability that has to be issued as part of this SLA process, the details of the site become very important. So it's some due diligence that we'll want to do as part of our assignment. And that's what we talk about here. And then there could be some further financial analysis as to any number of scenarios. There, of course, are scenarios, next slide, that can be defined by the triggering of Proposition A or not triggering of Proposition A, if that makes sense. And so within the confines of the zoning, if you will, based on density bonus and SB 9, there can be scenarios that we could take a look at from a financial feasibility perspective and share those with you. I think that this process doesn't want to really move forward in a decision to declare the property surplus until the city council and the city is totally satisfied with what that process looks like. And so there's some due diligence to be done, and I think that's why we identified a city council workshop and a study session, because that's a place where we need to continue to dialogue about, well, what's the goals and objective of the city council? The other part of that process is in the preparation of a notice of availability. Again, the details of the site and the circumstances that surround it, notwithstanding, or not the least of which is the Proposition A vote trigger, if you will, is to make sure, and we don't have to do this, but I think it'll be an important part of this process, make sure that HCD, the Housing and Community Development Department, understands what's in our notice of availability, because the notice of availability is going to be the thing that you all want to bless, if you will, before declaring the property surplus. You can declare the property surplus. You are not obligated to go through the SLA process. You can choose to not go through the SLA process if the outcome is not desirable to you all. But if you want to lease or sell the property, that's where you get obligated to go through SLA. There can be an exemption, but at the end of the day, I think the compliance with the HCD at the state level is probably one of the most important hurdles, because you don't want to ever have to go back and reinvent the wheel. So we have inherently in our scope of services collaboration with the city, collaboration with city attorney, of course, preparation of the notice of availability. HCD can review those conditions. You all should have input, obviously, as to what that NOA says before anything actually gets triggered. There is a 60-day NOA process once you all decide, I want to move forward with Surplus Land Act. And that 60-day process is where you're going to issue to, I think the list is up to 800 folks, the folks on the affordable housing list that HCD has prepared. And so that would trigger that first 60-day period where you would be in the market basically soliciting affordable housing developer interest. Next slide. If you get that far and within that 60-day period you receive offers, because there can be scenarios where you do and don't receive offers. If you receive offers, you do tend to be in a 90-day good faith obligation, good faith negotiation obligation. And so that says that based on affordability and those parties that have offered the most amount of affordable housing units, the goal of HCD is to achieve at least 25% of lower income. So if they meet that standard, that'd be something that HCD would say, great, move forward and try to find a developer who can actually effectuate an affordable housing project. So if there are offers during that 60-day period, you enter into a 90-day good faith negotiation period. And that doesn't mean you have to sell. That doesn't mean that that it's a project that you're satisfied with or dissatisfied with. But the one test and threshold that is very important per the 1486 amendment is fair market value. And so you've established that with your appraisals. A city is not obligated to sell a property below fair market value. So that's one key test that allows you to at least negotiate during that 90-day period. If there were to be no offers, and that's just something we identified here, what would happen is HCD would still have to bless or approve the fact that there were no offers. HCD will still have to bless or approve the offer that you do end up with after that 90-day period in order to be compliant. That period of time is 30 days that they have. And if you were to get to that point and there wasn't an affordable housing developer that you could make a transaction with, the property would be deed restricted with 15% affordable housing if any developer built more than 10 residential units. So that's generally the process. I think there's more for us to talk about. We're here to continue to assist you all, and I think the workshop will be very important if you choose to decide to go forward tonight.
Thanks, Ken. So this concludes the presentation, and staff recommends that the City Council approve the Second Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement for additional funding and to extend the terms of the contract. And city staff and Ken, as well as special counsel, are here to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. And how many speakers to this issue do we have?
6.
6. Okay, so if there are some preliminary type questions, we could ask those now. And then if there are none, we will hear from the public speakers. Seeing no requests to speak from my colleagues, let's go with the speakers.
All right, I'll call you 3 at a time. James Stiven, followed by Louise Julig, followed by Teresa Beauchamp.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jim Stiven. I'm a longtime Encinitas resident and a member of the St. Andrews Faith in Action Advocacy Group. As I think you know, I'm a retired attorney and a former U.S. magistrate judge, and I'm going to be addressing some legal issues here tonight, but I am not giving legal advice to you. In fact, I hope legal counsel might be able to respond to some of the issues that I raise in this presentation. You're here tonight to consider the next steps in the potential development of the L7 city-owned property as a 100% affordable housing project. The motion before you, which I support, is to engage the Cosmot consultants related to the steps necessary to complete development of the L7 property, including, as they have just indicated, how to proceed under the Surplus Land Act. In my opinion, while I favor moving forward with development of the L7 property as a 100% affordable housing project, I think you're actually making it more difficult than it needs to be. And I think comments from the Cosmot representative suggest a difficulty that you need not necessarily encounter. If you intend to develop the L7 property as a 100% affordable housing development, then the Surplus Land Act has a specific exemption from such a development. I believe this is intended to simplify the process in favor of going forward with a 100% affordable housing project. The staff report has said that the exemption does not apply because L7 is in the coastal zone, but that is not what the statute says. The coastal zone provision in the statute only applies if the city intends to keep the parcel as open space. That makes sense because the intent of the SLA is to promote development of affordable housing on surplus land. The statute defining the exemption, which I'm referring to the applicability of the Surplus Land Act for a 100% affordable housing project, does require that the city give a notice of availability to the list of developers who have filed with the HCD stating their interest in developing affordable housing on surplus land. This also makes sense because it broadens the scope of potential developers who may wish to submit proposals for development of low-income housing on this property. And as the staff has observed, the city can, in conjunction with issuing an NOA, issue an RFP, which would result in knowing what developers believe is feasible to do in developing this project. I urge you to move forward with the project, but I believe this can be done most expeditiously by declaring the parcel to be an exempt surplus land and proceed to issue an NOA and an RFP for 100% affordable housing on this parcel. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Kranz and council members. My name is Louise Julig. I am also a member of the St. Andrews Faith in Action Committee, although I personally am a congregant at Bethlehem Lutheran, right here, right across the street. Lived in Encinitas for about 24 years now, behind the Trader Joe's in District 4. I'm also in favor of moving forward. I'm in favor of whatever moves this forward to getting this parcel a 100% affordable housing development. I think we need more affordable housing in the city, and having the land be city-owned land seems like, from what I've learned from the good people in the Faith in Action group that I've been with for the past year and getting me up to speed and learning a lot about this, is that having it be on city land seems like the best shot at getting the most number of affordable housing in the city. But Jim Stuyvesant's a pretty smart guy, and he went through and was explaining to me this logic of making it sound like, well, if we're already intending to make it affordable, why do we have to go through this process that asks somebody else to guarantee that it's going to be affordable? So I am not an expert, but Jim dug through the thing, and he seemed like, yeah, just as a common sense perspective, it kind of seems like maybe we're making this harder than we have to. But if all the legal people determine that it has to be done, then I'm in favor of taking that step to have it be done. And just as a as a personal note, I have heard, rumblings about that folks that live over in that area are not happy about the fact that there's possibly going to be another, development. But I think all of the areas of Encinitas are eventually going to need to put more housing. The timing is just kind of working out that way for that district right now. I think I can't remember if it's 3 or 2. But like if the AB 2011 state law that just went into effect eventually makes more of our commercial zoned properties have more housing, then that's probably going to affect District 4 and the El Camino corridor and the downtown corridor. Everybody's going to have to take, more housing. It's just the timing is kind of working out for this right now. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Tricia Beauchamp, followed by Molly Woods, and then Bob Kin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Kranz, Deputy Mayor Lyons, Council Members Hinsey, Ehlers, and Blackwell. I've lived in Encinitas for 35 years, strongly support the proposed amendment to the Cosmont contract. We are all experiencing the sadness and frustration of the severing of our community by the loss of family, friends, businesses, community leaders, creative talents, and essential workers due to affordable housing. I am hopeful that our city will become stronger with your leadership, prioritizing the production of a 100% affordable community or close to it that provides the opportunity for the kids raised here, seniors who built our community to remain here, our workforce and creatives to live here, is key to strengthening our city's character. It is important to note that data published in the recent National Low-Income Housing Coalition's Out of Reach report shows that $56.35 an hour wage is required to afford a 2-bedroom apartment in Encinitas without spending more than 30% of one's income on housing costs. Given this reality of market-priced housing, it is vital that we prioritize the production of a 100% affordable or close to community. My neighborhood has 2 lovely 100% affordable housing communities, Su Casa por Cortez and Esperanza Garden Apartments. It gives me great satisfaction to know that each unit in these communities provides affordable housing, and I'm grateful to have them in my neighborhood. I urge you to support this item to the city so the city can build much-needed affordable housing options for people who are not making anywhere near $56.35 an hour. Thank you so much for your service.
Good evening, Mayor Kranz and council members. My name is Molly Woodsdrake. I'm a 9-year resident of District 1, minus 2 years of living in Solana Beach from 2015 to 2017 when I was unable to find a rental in Encinitas I could afford. Fortunately, I was able to find a rental in 2017 in Leucadia with 2 other roommates where I lived until my husband and I moved into our current rental in 2020. I share this because my husband, who's a firefighter, and myself, a union representative and president of a local nonprofit, are part of the 36% of renters in Encinitas who, with a few more rent increases or one landlord wanting to sell our home, would be like countless other former neighbors who have been priced out of Encinitas. I did a quick Zillow search today, which revealed the following. There are 3 units currently on Zillow for less than $2,000. All are studios. There are 19 rentals under $3,000. They are 1 bedroom or a studio. 5 are 2 bedrooms listed between $3,000 or $3,500. It is staggering and heartbreaking to me that there is currently 0 pathways for a family to live in Encinitas for less than $3,500 a month, unless multiple family members are sharing a single room. I ask council and everyone in this room to take a minute and think of a friend, a neighbor, a coworker, a child's coach or a teacher, a caregiver, or your very own parent or child who used to be a resident of Encinitas and now lives elsewhere due to the constantly rising cost of housing. When you think of those individuals, I hope you can agree that the loss of these neighbors is the true erosion of our community character. It is not simply a legal imperative that we prioritize affordable housing, and more specifically, 100% affordable housing. But as a community, you as a council have a moral imperative to find pathways that our lower income residents can continue to live in the city they love and are important assets of. While I personally would not qualify for affordable housing, I want to live in a town that is home to a diverse socioeconomic population. I want to maintain the Keep Leucadia funky vibe feel, which means keeping our artists, our baristas, our teachers, and fully support the amendment to COSMIC study of L7, encourage staff and council to continue to move towards a 100% affordable housing project on L7. Thank you for your service.
Next speaker is Bob Kent, followed by Steve Gherkin with a one-time donation from Paul Tornillo.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. First, I want to thank everyone for putting this item on the agenda tonight, including the city staff, the work you've done. And I want to thank you for making housing affordability a city priority. I support the building of 100% or as close as possible affordable community here in Encinitas. A well-designed, sustainable community for the long term that fits well in the neighborhood, coupled with properly addressing any traffic impacts. Along those lines, I respectfully request that you approve the appropriate amendment to the Cosmont agreement, which I think will be vetted tonight, so that we can continue to take the next step forward to build a 100% affordable community on the city-owned L7 property. You know, we all have friends, neighbors, family, and coworkers who are affected by our housing affordability challenges, including our seniors on a fixed income, our workers like teachers, school support staff, healthcare workers, and so many others who are commuting long distances or finding difficult living situations in order to stay here in Encinitas, the city they serve. And there's plenty of data to support that. A recent UT article reports that CoStar, a real estate research company, found regionally here in San Diego rents are at an all-time historic high, and that the North County coastal area, which includes Encinitas, have the highest rents in the entire county at an average of over $3,500 a month, while the vacancy rate is less than 3%, which is basically full occupancy. So we know there's a need here. It's regional and it's in Encinitas, and we should continue to do our part, because I do think we're making progress. Building more affordable homes is challenging. It takes time, and I believe that the private sector cannot solve our housing affordability challenges solely on its own. I believe it's really essential that the city take a leadership role here in building a 100% affordable community by dedicating city-owned land, which will leverage access to additional funding sources and result in building more affordable homes here in Encinitas. So please take the next steps in this process by approving the appropriate amendment to the Cosmont contract. You know, thank you for your continued commitment to helping solve our housing affordability challenges for our community and for future generations to come. Thank you.
Are you bringing that up? Can I ask you to hit the play? Will you play? Thank you. Let's get the glasses on. Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to talk with you. I'm here to talk about and ask the city to engage in a dialogue about the city-owned properties and solutions to the affordable housing requirements for our city and for the resources to sustain a quality of life to which we can accommodate. At the March 22nd council meeting, a motion member by Council Member Hinsey was passed, and I'd like you guys to listen to that and do that again. So we go back to why we're here.
City, I think it's pretty clear that this is the right site. I think that it is the right time for us to do this because what we've heard from previous cycles of attempting to upzone is that the neighbors there don't want to upzone L7. They want to keep it at the base zoning that it is right now, and I think that we can make good on that. I think that as the city in the seat of entitling and moving the 100% affordable project forward, we're really well positioned to do what neighbors would like, which is construct a park as part of this project, to construct sidewalks, connections, better trail connections, and perhaps even more than I can even articulate right now. So I'm happy to turn that into a formal motion, which I'll do, because I think we should leave today with some tangible steps to making good on moving forward to our 100% goal for a housing project in our city. Thank you.
Well, I won't be supporting that because
Oh, that's it. Thank you. Okay, I'm not good at ripping videos, so sorry. I was supposed to stop with Kelly, her council member. So based on that, the proposal for L7 was for a city to use the city-owned land for a modest housing development with 100% affordable housing, no upzoning with 30, 45 units, a park, trails, sidewalks, connections to trails, and possibly it was discussed later on to upzone to 60 senior housing units. Fast forward to today, and the agenda asks us to take the necessary steps to dispose of L7 as surplus city land. And so I ask, how did we get from a staff report request for a staff report on 100% affordable housing at L7 to disposing of it as surplus land? That wasn't in the staff report, so I have no background on this at all. What was the process to get this here on the agenda today? Where is the staff report that was requested? What happened to all of Kelly's motions that you guys voted for, except for Council Member Ehlers? What happened to the 30 to 45 units of affordable housing? Where's the park? Where's the trail? Where's the connections? I asked the council to direct the staff to present a detailed pro forma financial analysis of the build, safe, and lease models of L7 using the Surplus Lands Act sale and affordable housing parameters that will be used to sell L7, and I think that was discussed. After that, of course, I'd like to request an impact analysis. What's the impact of getting rid of an L7 as a city asset? Under either a build or sale model, the staff report and the Cosmont contract make no mention of whether either approach would be analyzed to meet Kelly Hinsey's concerns that we would need to plan immediately for more affordable housing so as to be able to comply with the SB 166 no net loss law. The law in the staff report that Cosmont provided, or the staff provided, identifies surplus land sales need to evaluate affordable housing, parks, and other public serving entities as having a first right of refusal to acquire the surplus land. Where are the requirements for these in the analysis? Given that over 1,100 new home dwelling units are planned within a half a mile of L7, given that the closest neighborhood park, Los Verdes, was designed to serve 500 homes in the Encinitas Ranch, I'd like to ask the council to direct Parks and Recreation Department to conduct a formal needs analysis for a neighborhood park, or any park for the existing and new housing units that'll be built near L7. We always talk about how we don't have enough parks and open spaces, and the city bought this land in between 1998 and I think it was in 2000 for park. So are there deeds, was that restricted? Is this open land? And why aren't we considering this for parks in this analysis in the contract? There's nothing in the contract with Cosmo. So it's a different time than the last time when L7 was considered for being put to beneficial use. Our residents have different needs. The state has new laws that impact us. The city has new obligations, and we have a new council. It's my hope that this council will be open to a fresh and comprehensive look at the needs of our residents, both current and future. And I hope that the city council will hit the pause button on researching L7 as city surplus land and insist and look at other lands as well and redo the Cosmont city metrics for analysis of city properties that can be used, and insist that L7 be formally considered for much needed park space, just as the California Surplus Lands Act noted is needed in California. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll answer any questions if you have any. Okay, thank you.
And then that does conclude speakers. And then I have Patty Stottlemyre, who is registering support for the recommended action in 100% affordable housing, but did not wish to speak. And then Leslie Smith, who is registering opposition to the recommended action, but did not wish to speak.
Thank you. So I'm a little surprised that a 99-year land lease that was for $1 a year would trigger the Surplus Lands Act. And so I'm wondering, that because that seems to me a pretty straightforward way. The city takes RFPs for, no upzone versus upzone for senior apartments, that sort of thing, and we're kind of looking at what shape that takes. But a land lease at $1 a year for 99 years triggers the Surplus Lands Act, which seems to complicate things.
Yeah, whether you have to consider the Surplus Lands Act anytime the city wants to either sell or lease property, and it doesn't really matter whether it's, at a nominal cost or for fair market value. In terms of the issue about needing to go through the Surplus Lands Act, the Surplus Lands Act, as Mr. Stiven said, does identify many dispositions as, quote, exempt surplus land. And when the city initially approached us about the Surplus Lands Act, I said, oh, if you're using it for affordable housing, there's a couple of exemptions you can use. The difficulty was when I actually looked at the statute, and if Mr. Stiven has a theory about why, I'm reading it wrong, I'd be happy to know. It says, except as provided in paragraph 2, exempt surplus land means any of the following, and it lists a number of things, including a couple of exemptions for affordable housing. But the paragraph 2 says, notwithstanding paragraph 1, notwithstanding all these exemptions, a written notice of the availability of the surplus land for open space purposes must be sent only to a few entities for property within the coastal zone, and unfortunately, El Southern is within the coastal zone. Not mentioning Encinitas, but I was, the only people that need to be notified are the city's Park and Rec Department, the county's Park and Rec Department, and the State Resources Agency about the availability for open space land. So I contacted HCD and said, well, what if the city sends this notice out, none of these entities are interested in buying L7, can the city then, has it fulfilled its duties under the Surplus Lands Act and could use these, and use these other provisions to dispose of it for affordable housing, which is what the city wants to do. And their view is that if the property's in the coastal zone, it cannot be exempt surplus land. Now, I'd be happy, if the city wants to write a formal letter to HCD, that's fine with me. And if there's a theory, I'm always, we attorneys can often have theories. But it did, it was one of these things where oh, yeah, affordable housing is always exempt. But then when I looked at the statute, if it has this provision regarding whether it's in the coastal zone. So that really is where we are right now. Ironically, despite the fact that it has to be, that you have to send a notice of the availability for open space purposes, you also at the same time send a notice of the availability for affordable housing purposes, and you have to give the highest priority to a project that proposes affordable housing. And the highest priority, it says, is to be given to a project that proposes the most units, the most affordable units at the deepest affordability. So in that sense, having to send out this notice does not prevent the city from using the site for affordable housing. But it's a much more complicated process. I was, disappointed to find out that apparently the property can't be exempt because it's in the coastal zone.
So if under the Surplus Lands Act, we provide notice and affordable housing developers want to provide proposals, they are constrained to existing zoning, or can that affordable housing developer propose that they're going to build a project that needs a Prop A vote to upzone to, 45 units per acre, or?
It apparently you can't, it appears from the HCD guidelines, this isn't really dealt with at all in the statute, but HCD has some guidelines. HCD says that any terms that are agreed to during negotiation, you can't reduce the number of units below what's allowed by zoning or general plan requirements. So that implies to me that you can limit the number of units to what's allowed by zoning and general plan requirements.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
I also want to say that Ken mentioned there's a notice of availability that's required with the, if you have to follow the Surplus Lands Act process, you put out a notice of availability. HCD at some point has to approve the notice of availability and the conditions that are included in that. And so we have been talking with the staff and with Ken about discussing with the council what conditions the city would want to put into that notice of availability and attempt to get HCD approval for those conditions. And if the council ultimately decided that the conditions were that the conditions that HCD would approve were unacceptable, you would not need to proceed with the Surplus Lands Act process.
Before Deputy Mayor Lyons speaks, this process would have to be followed on any property that the city owns. Is that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're in the coastal zone.
Okay, we don't own any non-coastal zone property, yes. I guess the closest we would get possibly is a county burn site, but not ours, but, So, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yes, thank you. Barbara, I always value your insights and your opinions and your expertise, so thank you. But it's still not really tying back to the words in the in the law. So what I'm going to say a couple things and then hear what my colleagues want to say, but what I'm most worried about is here we want to do 100% affordable. We have our own land. I don't want any barriers coming in front of us to move that forward. That's my perspective. It seems like, well, the state, through the surplus land, also wants 100% affordable. This may be the right way to go forward, especially if the first task that COSMOT does is vet whether Surplus Land Act applies to this situation. Even though there was a prior discussion with HCD, it was kind of like this property somewhere in the coastal zone. So now we can, the first task would be to be specific and vet whether we need to go through the Surplus Land Act. My hope is that we don't, because I don't want any barriers in our way that we have to overcome. And what I would want to learn more in a minute and maybe get some more insight from Ken, Mr. Hara, is when we put our notice of availability together, you said there's some details of the site due diligence that we would need to make sure we're clear about. And I'm on an education curve here with this surplus land thing, and I hope we can take the opportunity tonight to drill down on that and maybe get some idea about what those kinds of things are. It may not be relevant to what we're approving right here, so I'll kind of defer to my colleagues. I think it's relevant, I want to say, but that's not going to factor in whether we vote on this one way or the other tonight. So those are my comments for now.
Okay, Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So let's see. What I think I heard you say, Barbara, and I want to make sure I have this correct, is that when we put together a notice of availability, a lot of the things that Steve highlighted that I asked for in the March meeting, such as sidewalks, connected trails, possibly a park on the west side of the parcel, are those things that we could include in the conditions that we're making available to the public. And it sounds like we might be able to, but we need to wait for HCD to say, yes, we can include those things.
Yeah, generally they say you can certainly have all your, any objective standards that are, zoning, general plan standards, those seem to be okay. But they also have a provision, these are, again, in their regulations, not in the statute and the regulation, it says you cannot require design standards or architectural requirements that would have a negative effect on the viability or affordability of affordable housing, basically. So I think we would, there's a negotiation aspect to this.
That's interesting. So I'll just give some thoughts. I do have a lot of the same questions that Joy had, and I think it's worth evaluating what Mr. Stuyven brings up in his analysis of the Surplus Lands Act, but I don't want to hold up this item to do those things, and it sounds like part of what we're exploring with this contract is better understanding the relationship to surplus land with this parcel that we have. So I would like to see this move forward tonight. It is late, so I won't speak at length, but I just want to comment on a few parts of it. So this is driven by our advocates, many of who are here tonight, who have consistently asked the city for more affordable housing. And so I think that it's really important that we make good on that. And after this long analysis that we've been going through with Cosmont for, I think, over 2 years now, it's very clear that this is our chance to do that. So it's not like we have all these unturned stones around the city and there might be this other perfect parcel that is waiting to be discovered. This is the right parcel. I think that we had an Encinitas miracle last time we heard from Roy that the Greek church delivered some extra units for us. So we're a little bit out of the penalty zone and the no net loss situation that we found ourselves in several months ago. We have a little bit more time on that, but I think that that's exactly what it is. It's just a little bit more time. It's not, we're good until 2029 when the next cycle is available. I think it's what we're beginning to understand about developing an affordable housing project as the public sector comes with all the same hurdles that we would have for the private sector. And so it's not a straight path. I think maybe Ken identified it. There's going to be a lot of twists and turns here. So it's not like we're going to approve it and it's going to happen and be built overnight. It might take several years from what I'm understanding. And so I think that within those next couple of years, it's reasonable to assume that we will at some point trigger a no net loss. And I think that we're better positioned as a community and as a city if the city is driving the project instead of having to find up zones elsewhere in the city. And I think Louise articulated it perfectly, where we are going to be having up zones all over the place. And it's sort of an unfortunate position that we're in because a lot of this is happening to us by state law instead of us being able to stake it out on our own. And I think this provides us one opportunity where we can stake it out on our own, we can do it on our terms, and we can ask for the things that we think are important to create as part of the project. So I know there's still a little bit of discussion needed between the council. Some of us are hoping for workforce housing. Some of us are hoping for senior housing. But regardless, I think we're pretty united on the 100% affordability component of this project. So I'm in favor of moving this forward tonight, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues because I think there are probably still some questions.
Councilman Raylers.
Yeah, one of the questions I want to understand is, I'll go back to the March 22nd motion, and it stated 30 to 45 units. And I think with my discussions with staff, the actual number without triggering a Prop A vote could be much higher than that given SB 9. And that it was, that you've got roughly, 10 acres, and we could have, with density bonus for 100%, affordable, an 80% bonus, and that could give us 18 lots. And then on each of those lots, you could put a duplex using SB 9. So that gets us to 36. And with each one of the duplex units, they would qualify for an ADU. So I think the number is 72. And I thought about afterwards, could you also throw in one lot split too? And exercise that portion of SB 9 and maybe get 19 times 4?
Yeah.
Yes, we can further explore the SB 9 option, which is going to be the next phase.
Yeah.
But just your calculations that you just provided in terms of the maximum number of lots is 18, based on the density bonus that you can get for 100% affordable, yes.
Okay, so 18, and then SB 9 allowing a duplex, that'd be in condo ownership, so they could each all 36 could transfer individually. And that if they had ADUs associated with them, and I would assume they would have some covenant on them running with the land, they would have to transfer ownership with each of their associated condos accordingly. So the possible number here is actually 72 at least, and I think there may be another 4 in there.
That's correct, through SB 9.
Feasibility.
Yep.
So, and I was hoping to get some clarification, because I know when you made the motion, it was maybe not all those assumptions were baked in there. And I'm trying to understand, are we talking about up to 72, or are we talking really 30 to 45? And I don't know. I'll go back to, I voted no last time. I'm going to continue to oppose this because as I said last time, I think this is too much in Quail Gardens Drive. I think it's too much that we've done for the housing element in that whole sector. I think this is the wrong place. So I'll be consistent with my previous vote. But I'd also like clarification on what is really, what are we talking about approving here?
Councilmember Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. First a question, and then I'll just make a couple comments. During the SLA process, where would the public be involved in being able to give input? So I think the first is the workshop, and that would be obviously here tonight, as we were talking about this amendment to the contract, but the workshop itself, they would be able to give input. And any other steps along the way? I guess after notices go out, proposals come in, all of that information would generally be public, right?
I would say yes. The answer is yes. And so if there are offers at some point, if you wanted to hold a public hearing as to the 90-day good faith negotiation period, I think that's it's a decision you all can make to do that, so the public understands that you are moving forward. I don't think it's required per se by the statute, but it's something you can choose to do.
Okay. And I think we've heard already, just about the amount of development happening in the Quail Gardens Drive corridor, some sensitivity to more development coming. So having opportunity for the public to weigh in, both for or against, would be helpful. So I'll just go back to some comments, and I think for me, it starts with the strategic plan we committed to and the goals for 2023 to 2024, which says that the city will focus on 100% affordable housing. That included choosing a site, defining a project, and explore funding options. Personally, I also am really committed to exploring that. I think the lack of affordable housing is a root cause of many evils, including, there was a recent UCSF study on homelessness and pointing to the fact that people not being able to afford their homes for various reasons has led to the increase in homelessness. I think we do have the responsibility to pursue this. I think this is a good amendment to the contract with COSMOT, and I am supportive of that. I would say one last comment, again, being sensitive to this corridor. There are some short-term traffic mitigation measures for both this drive as well as Saxony. I am eager to hear about those. I know that's not coming from you, it'll come from the traffic engineers, but we know there'll be a lot of increase, and I think taking the input from the community and really trying to help as they're going through this transition is also our responsibility.
One of the questions that I have is my experience with projects like that government land, has to do with my experience on North County Transit District, where they did the Oceanside Transit Center, the property that NCTD owned. They went with an RFP for proposals to develop both the transit station in downtown Carlsbad in the village, as well as Poinsettia Station. But I don't remember going through the Surplus Lands Act before asking for our, making the request for proposals. Is there a reason we can't develop a request for proposals and go through that process before we have this conversation about Surplus Lands Act, so that defining what we're comfortable with in terms of a project is done before we go through the Surplus Lands Act steps?
I'll answer, and then I'll let Ken talk about. First of all, depending on when the district did this, though, as Ken said, the Surplus Lands Act has changed significantly. Secondly, the rules that apply to districts are somewhat different than the rules that apply to cities. For instance, a school district can sell its property for development, just for a straight market rate residential development by making a finding and not going through the Surplus Lands Act. So the rules are different somewhat. Basically, there's in HCD's regulations, they say that you cannot request proposals until you've sent out a notice of availability. But we've also talked to, when I had this email conversation with HCD, they suggested that the notice of availability could actually link to an RFP. So I think the city's goal would be to try to get into an RFP and into the notice of availability what it would normally have in an RFP. Ken?
And so, go ahead, Ken.
I was just going to add that by way of dates, the latest amendment to the Surplus Land Act, which is 1486, was effectuated in 2019. And so if a transaction was consummated between private and public sectors at the end of 2019, they could be exempt. But in fact, that time frame is also passed because that deal would have needed to close, the land or purchase would have needed to close by the end of last year based on some extensions. So those were the time frames whereby if prior to 2019, there might not have been that same process as we're facing today.
Okay, yeah, Oceanside was prior to that, but Carlsbad is not. And, it's probably related to the fact that it's a transportation district and, that sort of thing. So then the next question that I would have is, is this contract get into, is it going to be difficult to create an RFP that's associated with the alphabet soup thing there?
The alphabet soup makes it inherently a little bit challenging and interesting, but it's certainly not something that's impossible. We have a lot of bright minds that can input into the notice of availability and you all giving some direction. And I think it's something that can be done in terms of embarking upon the process if you choose to.
Well, and I think that one of the questions is, does the NOA process, I would think, would be best informed by a commitment from the council for a direction, a number of units and other things. So maybe if we don't go through a formal RFP process, we ask staff to develop a more formal scenario that might involve SB 9, might involve no prop, a RR1 project that has JADUs and ADUs to increase the number of affordable units. So is that feasible? Not technically an RFP, but providing the council with a little bit more of a sense of what the scope is going to be.
So maybe I'll start, and then Barbara and Ken can chime in. So the process that we were thinking of going down, the path that we were thinking of going is, first of all, get the contract approved tonight. If the council approved the contract, then the next step is for Cosmont to do some analysis of some due diligence. And then part of that analysis and due diligence, they're going to draft an NOA as well as an RFP. But prior to that if the council wished to get a formal determination from HCD in terms of the SLA exemption, that we can submit a request a formal request to HCD to give us a formal response on whether or not we are exempt, if we are proposing 100% affordable. So that's first step. Depending on that decision, if it comes back saying that, no, you're not exempt, then the next step is come to council with the draft NOA and the RFP. And the RFP will include what we're calling conditions. And those conditions can stipulate what the underlying zoning allows. And that's where we get into what SB9, the maximum SB9 units that you can get, which is the law, as Barbara stated earlier, that we can't limit the number of units below what the zoning allows. And the zoning allows SB9 and density bonus. So that's, we'll have that discussion as part of when we bring forward the draft NOA and the RFP. And then it's at that point that the council, we can submit that draft to HCD and get their preliminary feedback on those conditions in the draft NOA and RFP. And based on the feedback we get from HCD, we'll come back to the city council and present the feedback we received. And that is the important critical point where the council then would have to make a critical decision on whether or not we want to move forward with the SLA, knowing what conditions that are acceptable to HCD. And those conditions could be, it'll stipulate, anything the city prefers 100% affordable, that the city prefers a development that does not trigger a vote of the community, and we can include a stipulation of a timeline that the city council and the city wants this development to go in, the need for this type of development. So anything that would trigger a vote would extend that and would delay the delivery of affordable housing. So those are some of the stipulations and conditions that we can include in the RFP, and then we can submit that to HCD and get their initial feedback. And then the council can make a decision based on that feedback.
Okay, and it's envisioned that scenario that those steps that you just outlined are all part of this agreement. You can get those things done.
That is correct.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor, for that question that really answered some of my questions, Roy. So thank you for your answer. So all I want to say at this point is I feel like this is a journey that we have to go on, but it's a journey. In my world, it's like I'm not really sure what the outcome's going to be here. It may not be what I'm thinking I want. And that's just me saying that based on what our advocates have told us, what the neighbors in the community have told us. There are certain things like perhaps common open space trails, amenities for the people who live there, amenities for the community, sidewalks, some traffic calming. These are all important things to this location that I feel very strongly need to be a part of this. But if it turns out that as we walk down this path on this journey, that is not our decision and we're not able to move in that direction based on this surplus, if we're in the Surplus Act process, then we do have an option of saying, oh, we just can't do what we want to do on this property, right?
Yes, at that point, then the council can push the pause button and reevaluate and see if we need to pivot or explore other options. But there will be a point, a critical decision point, where the council can decide before we declare this land surplus.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ehlers.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so the RFP, I think what you just said was the RFP cannot stipulate a lower density or number of units yielded out of this. So the 72 or 36, or if it turns out to be 19 times 4, whatever it would be. Could we do things like stipulate an average unit size or things that, in other words, could we make them more affordable other ways? Or is there any limit in that same law as far as development standards on the units? And why I'm asking is, could we stipulate a PRD where we put some community accoutrements in there along with this kind of lower income? And I always thought a PRD type scenario, and if they could have Val Sereno in my mind, where there was a lake back originally, but you put everything to one side.
is that a permissible, statutorily permissible in the RFP associated with an SLA?
Again, I'll take a stab at this, and then I'll let the legal counsel advise us further if needed. As Barbara stated, that we, or the law states that we can only apply objective standard or standards that are in place in the zoning requirements.
Okay.
So, so the density bonus requirements are allowed. Any developer can submit a request that would include a density bonus component. The density, it has to be whatever the underlying zoning allows, which would include SB 9 and density bonus benefits. And then in terms of additional stipulation, unfortunately, the law is unclear, or it's silent on what conditions the city can or cannot do. But we're just based on just our consultants' experiences with other jurisdictions, that we're going to move forward with something that whatever the council, if there's a wish list that the city council want us to explore and consider, we can add that to the list. And then if it's worth submitting that as part of our draft NOA and RFP to the HCD, then we can submit it and see what comes back. Yeah.
And it's scary to hear you talk about SB 9 being a condition. So when you were talking about you can't go lower than the zoning as RR1, I'm okay with that. But if HCD is going to say, oh, but wait, you need to use SB 9, that's a whole different scenario. And Bruce talked about lot splits. Can they force us to split lots?
No, but the only way that essentially you have to allow whoever submits to make a proposal that conforms with the city's zoning. And so since the city's zoning would allow lot splits, you can't prohibit that. Does that make sense? It's not like they can force you to split the lot, but you have to accept the proposal.
Right.
I think in terms of questions about limiting the size of the units and so forth, remember that the highest priority is given to the project with the most affordable units and the deepest affordability. So that would suggest that somebody would not want to build monster homes, because those would, not really be affordable and not get tax credits. Yeah.
Yeah, so, part of the question, I heard Deputy Mayor Lyons talk about amenities, right? So if you're going to squeeze as many duplexes on there as you can, you may not have those, So that concerns me, because I agree with her that, having the opportunity to take advantage of some of that land for a recreation area or whatever is to me worth having. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that there's clearly a lot to work through here. And sort of what we've seen just in the last couple of years is that for every year that we delay on taking action, the requirements for us to increase density or to actually do something with this parcel of land that we have become more extreme. So even though there are quite a lot of issues that we know we're going to need to work through this process, I'm finding comfort in knowing that this vote tonight is not our, last time that we'll get to weigh in on this, and that there's an off-ramp if we feel that it's too far out of our control and what we can accept. And I still find it's valuable to move forward. So I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation to the amendment for Cosmont.
I'll second.
Yes, and before we vote, one last issue that I think is worth raising. I did a pro forma. I worked with the Shea Homes who proposed the senior apartment complex in 2014, and they had a pro forma that they had done, and they updated it, and there were in some cases several $1 million gap. So the notion of finding the money to build 100% affordable is no small challenge. And so that's the other part of this conversation. We all talk about 100% affordable, but to get there, the question is how much will the city need to supplement, or how many, tax credits and other governmental subsidies we can wrangle.
Yeah, I think one of the important things you'll want to consider when and if you go forward and when and if you get proposals is the ability of whoever proposes to get financing, because it's very competitive right now, and there isn't enough money for all the affordable projects that are being proposed. So that's going to be a key issue.
So we just make that part of the RFP.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll just echo, I think it's an excellent point. I'll just echo the importance really in any project for that matter, financial feasibility. The capital markets today are very different than they were several years ago, a couple years ago, several months ago for that matter. So when you have a proposal that doesn't meet a financial feasibility or the capitalization of a project, I believe it's still your prerogative to be able to say that project may or may not move forward because there's a lot of risk involved in it. So I think when we get to that stage, that's a lot of what this financial analysis needs to do. We can do that on the front end, and we've done some of that for you, and we can continue to do that. But it's the time at which the project gets proposed that I think it will be important to understand the financial markets.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're ready to vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Ehlers voting no.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate everybody and your input. So let me see here. That concludes our action items. There are no informational items. There are no council member initiated items. City council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
Nothing to report.
I attended the Encinitas Wastewater Authority board meeting today.
Nothing to report.
Just very quickly, the San Diego County Water Authority budget meeting this last week, we adopted the Water Authority Board's recommended rates and charges for calendar year 2024 with an effective rate increase of 9.5%. In general terms, the goal was to get below a double-digit increase, and as far as effective rate, we did get it down to 9.5%, and that was passed, not at all very closely. It was not at all unanimous, and there was a lot of dialogue and discussion. It could have been a little bit lower. But that would have impacted the rate stabilization fund beyond the Water Authority's policy.
Thank you. I attended a SANDAG meeting that included a presentation on the draft EIR to pull the road user charge out of the 2021 Regional Transportation Plan, and it is going to be, it passes, it meets all the requirements without the road user charge. One of the things that helped to make that possible is that the federal government has stepped up with a couple of bills that include a lot of infrastructure money that is coming to the region through SANDAG. And so pulling out the revenue that would be raised by a road user charge was offset effectively by that revenue. And so it made it possible. So we're moving into the next steps of the, the modification, which includes public input, draft EIR as out, and other things. So with that, we're moving to city manager reports.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Summer has finally arrived in Encinitas. I know it seems like it's been a while since we've seen the sun. We're going to have a nice warm weekend, so just wanted to let folks know that all of our lifeguard towers will be fully staffed. We will have extra patrols on the beach from both Marine Safety and our Sheriff's Department. We'll have some increased cleaning and janitorial services from our Park and Rec Department, along with additional portable restrooms at our beaches for our crowds. Just also want to remind everyone that fireworks are illegal in the city of Encinitas. That includes sparklers and poppers. We don't want to start any fires, and we want everyone to be safe. And please make sure to keep an eye on your pets, especially our four-legged furry dogs. Fireworks can be very scary for them, and in case they do get lost, we've obviously got our Humane Society to help recover lost dogs. So hopefully everyone has a safe and happy holiday season and a summer, and just want to let everyone know to go out and enjoy our beautiful city.
Okay, and speaking of beaches and lifeguard towers, I didn't see a tower dragged down to Beacons, nor did I see one at Stone Steps. Are they going to be placed?
Mayor, I will find out from our fire chief, Marine Safety. I know he said all the ones that we have will be guarded, but I will make sure and I can follow up.
Okay, and maybe it's guarded without that, because the cobble was pretty significant where they normally place them. So, and I do want to say thank you to the team that did get Stone Steps open. It was quite a relief. I know that was a challenging project all the way around. Kelly, have you shown your face?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mayor Kranz, I wanted to just point out, I talked to the lifeguard at Grandview who is sitting on the stairs doing her guarding, and she said they are not going to put the lifeguard
Grandview.
At Grandview or Beacons because of the lack
Stone
of sand.
Steps. Okay, and
Yeah, we want those folks to be safe.
yes, city attorney reports.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report this evening.
Thank you. City clerk report.
No report?
Okay, so we're now to adjournment. If you could give that to Kelly, please. We're going to adjourn this meeting, though it's late, to an individual who I had a great deal of admiration for. His name was Neil Glasgow. I knew him mostly through Facebook. He had some of the most beautiful photographs, so I put together a montage of his photographs. I saw one of his photos of the Encinitas sign that I admired, so I asked him for a print to purchase, and he did that for me. I asked him to be sure and sign it. He said, I stamped my photos with an H Lazy E symbol, which was my family's brand when they homesteaded Montana in 1913. None of the family uses it anymore except me. I just repurposed it. And I did ask Kelly, as a student of San Diego Academy, if she ever had any classes from Mr. Glasgow, and it turns out she did. So I asked her to read a little bit about his life.
Thank you. So yes, I had the pleasure to take ceramics with Mr. Glasgow my junior year in high school. And what he did for us that was so cool was he allowed us to play whatever music we wanted in class. And he really saw ceramics class as a time for us to deepen our understanding of this type of art, but also for us to find connection with him. And so I reached out to several of my classmates for some memories of him, because he did actually teach 3 subjects. He taught Photoshop, ceramics, let's see what the other one was, and biology. And I never understood how he could have such a breadth of topics that he could teach about, but reading his obituary, I had a little bit more insight into that. So one friend said that he expected people to show up and give their best, and he would do the same. He called you out if he didn't think you were giving your full potential, and he just really loved teaching. Another friend said, I remember that he loved teaching and really truly had fun with his students. Lots of laughter in his classes, joking around, and he made us feel comfortable and was so encouraging. He would also send my little sister on burrito runs. So we had an open campus and he took advantage of that. So this is from his obituary, which is really beautiful. I won't read the whole thing, but I would encourage everybody to visit it, because it's a true description of somebody, they're not making them like this anymore in Encinitas. But Neil Alexander Glasgow, age 74, of Encinitas, California, passed away Friday, June 23, 2023. He was a native of Cardiff, a beloved member of the community, and he was an invaluable presence, leaving an indelible mark through his various endeavors, from surfing to imparting knowledge as a teacher, and ultimately capturing breathtaking beauty of our community through his remarkable photography. Neil grew up on Glasgow Street, where he resided in the house his father built. Fondly referring to it as his street, he embarked on his educational journey at San Diego High School. He devoted the final 16 years of his career to teaching there, and he had a huge impact on countless students. Let us see, I'm going to scroll down here a little bit to get to some more highlights. His professional career, and this gives you insight into how he could be an expert on so many subjects. His professional career took a non-traditional path. After completing high school, he worked as a mechanic at Harloff Chevrolet before working as the custodian at San Diego Academy. It was during that time he discovered ceramics and developed a profound interest in the art. Fueling his passion, he pursued further education at Palomar to extend his skills in pottery. All right, so I'm going to scroll down here a little bit more. His mentorship programs that he established involved collaborating with community members, including staff at a marine lab, and working on various ecological initiatives within the community. That's where he met his wife. Scrolling down. Eventually, Neil returned to Encinitas to re-immerse himself in the joy of surfing and teaching until his retirement. He authored over 16 books. Did I get that right? Many books, let's just say many books on education. And he empowered other educators to excel in the classroom. So he didn't find his passion for photography until his retirement, and then it turned into an all-consuming obsession, immersing himself in nature as he captured mesmerizing wonders, which Tony has provided here for us through his lens. So he's contributing to preserving our community through his photographs, which will survive him. Neil is survived by his loving wife and partner of 30 years, Peggy, as well as his sons, Sean and Christian, 2 daughters-in-law, Coley and Cassie, and 5 beloved grandsons who he adored. And with that, I will adjourn tonight's meeting.
Thank you.
At City Hall to keep Encinitas great. Some of the things Encinitas government focuses on are infrastructure,